Yeah, I can understand that. We've had meetings till like 11:30 at night, and I hate those meetings. I really want to be out here by 9. 'Cause- oh, I never get out here by 9, but you know, I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, so I'm like ready to go home. Yeah, I get more work done between that quiet time than I do any time during the whole day. 'Cause- yes, yes. We all need that quiet time.
Business is open over there. We got expanded again. Yeah.
I just want to ask that question.
I've been listening online today, and my computer changed all kind of programs. I use it. I don't know what I did to it. It just, hey, Joey. How are you? Good. I'm good.
I apologize for starting a minute or two late. Welcome everyone tonight, and we have quite a lengthy agenda with quite a few reports to hear early on, so we will be as expeditious as possible and try not to keep you till midnight. But it seems like that's been, the last few months has been pretty much the norm. I would invite you at this point to stand and join me in a moment of silent meditation, and we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Alan Thompson for the first item of business with the firm Thompson, Price, Scott, Adams and Company, PA, and he will give us our year-end audit report.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to everyone. You should have a presentation summary in front of you. If you'd be kind enough to flip over to page 1 of that report. The main thing you hire us as an independent audit firm to do is whole. We issued an unmodified report, which is a quote-unquote clean report. Appreciate all the staff's help, all their kindness as we work through the numbers on this. On page 1, under the qualitative aspects of the accounting practices, it talks about accounting policies, accounting estimates, and financial statement disclosures. We were good with all of those. On page 2, there were no difficulties encountered in performing the audit. There were no uncorrected misstatements, no disagreements with management. Management did provide us with a representation letter dated December 21st. Again, we're unaware of any management consulting the outside accountants, auditors, etc. And outside of a couple things that are from the state that I'll talk about at the very end, we had no findings, issues, etc. So good job by all the staff involved in that. On page 4, I won't say these are all the key numbers in the audit report to start with, but these are some of the key numbers in the audit report. And the purpose of the presentation, the way we do it, is to pull out some of the key numbers that we get asked about a lot and put them in this first column and then put the 4 prior year numbers beside it, so you don't have to sit and flip through a bunch of audit reports to get those numbers, and you get a context of just like if fund balance is our first number, you don't have to just say, is that good, bad, or indifferent? You get a feel for where it is. So total fund balance in your general fund there is $13,639,000, and you can see the 4 prior year numbers there. Unavailable fund balance is $5,246,000. The restricted and assigned is $962,000. Total general fund expenditures, including transfers out, etc., is $53,578,000. The fund balance available as a percentage, 15.67%, and you can see the 4 prior year numbers there. That's one of the things that we'll talk about in just a moment. Unassigned fund balance is $7,431,095, and then unassigned fund balance as a percentage is 13.87%. Revenues over and under expenses before contributions and transfers. You can see the general fund there had $1,597,000 prior to any transfers, et cetera. The water and sewer fund was a positive $2,593,000. And you can see the negative on the zoo park sportsplex there, $11 million. American Rescue Plan was a positive $8,464,000, and then the state capital infrastructure at $137,000. Other governmental funds, and this is projects, et cetera, so it's hard to get a gauge for that. It's really about what state the grant is at that particular point or project. $4,341,000 negative, and then you see the capital total fixed assets there in your water fund at $95 million with accumulated depreciation of $58, and then cash at $12,523,000. Cash and investments, you see general fund there at $10,428,000, water sewer fund at $12,523,000, the zoo park there at $3,736,000, and then the state capital infrastructure at $4,061,000, other governmental at $2,671,000. Again, you see your fund balance there in the general fund, 13.6. Net position in your water sewer fund there at 43.3. I always give these comments when we look at net position in any enterprise fund. Net position is not really a big deal there because you got a fixed asset number that causes that to look larger. What you're really looking for there is cash flow, making sure the services you're providing are paying for themselves. So net position really doesn't give a good feel for it. It's what you're looking for is strong cash position and cash flow in that. And then fund balance, state infrastructure, $137,000, and other governmental funds is $3,073,000. On page 5 at the top, you see property tax rates, collection percentages. The excluding motor vehicles doesn't have the meaning it once did, but 99.6 is a really good number there. Total property valuations, total net tax levy there. And then you see debt, which excludes OPEB, compensated absences, and elders. Governmental activities at $3,085,000 in debt, and business type at $2.6 million. And I'm not going to read all the general fund revenue amounts by department there, if you will. Total is $37,591,000. Total general fund expenditures at $35,993,844. And then if you flip over to page 6, see total fund balance there in blue and restricted and assigned in red. And you can see where the general fund has gone down in fund balance. And then on the bottom of that page, you see fund balance as a percentage at 15.67, which because of some of the projects going on, it's dipped significantly. And then on page 7, see the same thing happening with unassigned fund balance there, where that's dipped significantly as well. On the bottom of that page, it just simply on a bar chart shows the revenues over and under expenses before transfers and contributions. You know, the general fund before any transfers and contributions has been pretty strong over the last several years. And then on page 8, it's just on the bar chart at the top, shows your total fixed assets, accumulated depreciation in cash, and your water sewer fund. On the bottom of that page, it shows cash and fund balances in a pie chart with total cash and fund balances at the bottom, or cash fund balances net position. You see cash balances there at $33,421,000 and fund balances there at $63,638,000. And then on page 9, you see total property tax rates versus your group weighted average, and collection percentages versus group weighted average and the statewide average. Apologize on the stopping at 21. The state decided that they wanted to do everybody above 100 million and everybody below 100 million in 22 and 23, which doesn't have a whole lot of meaning when you try to group folks. So I apologize for that one. On page 10, it charts out in a pie chart there, you break down your general fund revenue, and you can basically see why everybody tracks collection percentage, because ad valorem taxes have such a big impact on the general fund, with being 49.26% of total revenue. Intergovernmental being the other one, which made up mostly of sales tax. And on the bottom, you see where public safety is by far the largest expenditure at 49.55%. And then on page 11, what I mentioned earlier in this, if you've been on the board for a long time, you used to love to get these letters from the LGC. Just kidding. The unit letters, well, they decided a couple years ago they didn't do that anymore. They wanted the auditor to do that, so they set up some templates for that. And so these are some concerns they have based on the templates they set up. And they're showing that your average, your peer group, if you will, of units of similar size, fund balance is 25%, and yours, because of the projects, is dipped to 15.67%, so they want to make you aware of that. And then on the bottom, what they're saying is that greater than 50% of your fixed assets have been depreciated, so they want to make sure you got a plan to replace that from a long-term basis. That's not necessarily an immediate concern, but they want to make sure you got a plan long-term, that everything's in good shape. Yes, sir.
An anomaly that I see, and that I just wanted to ask about, the fund balance is calculated, I believe, as a percentage ratio of the general fund expenditures.
That's right.
Is that correct? And so if I scan back down to like the Zoo City Sportplex and the negative numbers that, transfers, money spent. So those are included in the 53 million. So it's sort of a double whammy.
It is.
I mean, because they're not really our what I call our city operating fund balance. I mean, the budget's closer to the 33, and I'm not trying to gloss over. But we spent cash. We didn't borrow money or.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Particularly got reckless with it. But if the 7% was of the 33%, it'd be
A better percentage.
a much higher ratio. So it's like you get double penalized for buying something.
Not disagreeing with that concept at all.
And buying it, and I want to say this very plain, and buying it with cash, and what we believe is an investment, and whether that's a statement or not, but it does skew the ratio in an odd way.
It does.
To me, and I just want to be sure I was reading that right.
You are reading it correct. And so next year, if everything stayed the same, you'll almost get an artificial bump because of it in the percentage. And the only thing I would say to that is, I didn't come up with it.
23%.
Yeah, I didn't come up with that computation.
Twice.
Yes, sir, you're correct on all of you.
That's big numbers. May have to take off my shoes to count my toes too.
The other thing for the public, several months ago, the council received a report on our wastewater plant, and he just mentioned that the assets were fully depreciated. The wastewater plant's 69, built in 1969. The water plant's built in 1938. So we continue to upgrade them, but that's what he's talking about. So the wastewater plant may be $125 million in the outgoing years. There's talk about regionalization. The whole Deep River, where we put everything into, is under a full study by the state of the pollutant loads. So there's a lot for the future councils to deal with in the utility side of the business, and that'll eventually show up in here one of these days.
I would think that based on, when I say short-term, 10 years, the water plant is, even with some regulations we know coming on, is usefully functional and modifiable to continue on. The sewer plant in its age, in all likelihood, it appears, given some discharge requirements, and this has to do with the rivers and all themselves, our sewer plant most likely will turn into a pump station, and that capital expenditure will go to not much of anything, but our apportionment of a regional plant, which will be probably, I'm guessing, a tenth of what a new plant will cost.
Probably.
So instead of 333 million, might be more in the lines of 35 or 40 million. So I think there's a realistic approach that we won't be saving up for a $300 million sewer plant that will be inefficient in size based on new regulations and other such towns our size and smaller will be doing the same thing. So there is in broad strokes, planning based on that. So the depreciable age of the sewer plant is almost irrelevant in that perspective.
And I would agree with all those comments, and what the LGC, what the LGC is attempting to do that makes it very difficult or put something out is to create a template that's very broad and very general that may not be applicable. And so in your response back to them, all the things that you're saying are applicable and would resolve that issue. It's just left up to me because they put a template out there. You got to say that, and so I did. But I do agree with your responses. Just surely because the transfers won't be there next year, your fund balance percentages are going to go up. So that's absolutely true. And if the wastewater treatment plant is not an issue, then the 50% issue is just almost irrelevant. So, and your response back to them, that's what you say, and I think everything's hunky-dory.
So by that method of logic and accounting, in the real world, which has nothing to do with what we're discussing in this template, the fund balance ratio, it's about half instead of a third. And based on a normal year, it'll be over 30-some%. It'll only be down by a third.
That's correct.
6/30/25.
Correct, and you see over the last 3 or 4 years, it's been positive increases every year. So when you remove those transfers, you go back to building it back up in addition to not having to deal with the transfer. So you're correct.
And none of that is to take away from the merit of this necessary examination and a plan.
Yes, sir.
I think that's primarily what, they want to be sure you got a plan that did drive off a cliff.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. You're correct.
So now you know when I met Alan, I told him I had black hair when I started this job.
Well, I got
You
a
did.
question.
I turned into Mr. Phelps.
Is this, I'm the new guy on the council.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Just to know where I'm coming from.
Third meeting.
Yeah, my third meeting. When a city is doing capital improvements like we've been doing, is it typical to see that drastic a drop? Is that a normal thing? Is that normally, do you see that on a regular basis, or is this kind of unusual, or where does that fall in lines with likewise communities?
I'd probably go back to Commissioner Moffitt or Mayor Pro Tem Moffitt. The fact that you paid cash and you had a transfer from your general fund causes the fund balance percentage to drop more dramatic than normal, because in a lot of cases, the projects we might see would either be funded through grants or loans, et cetera, which wouldn't have near the impact on the fund balance as a percentage or the fund balance dipping that you see here. So using cash had a much more dramatic, especially when you transferred it out to the project.
But if you borrow too much, you get the other letter.
That's correct, yes, sir.
It's
So
a
I think
balancing act.
that's correct. So I think knowing what you got, knowing that you're managing it correctly, you respond back to them, life goes on, et cetera. So it's, again, it's a very general template, and they're saying just make sure you're planning. So I don't see it as an issue, if you will.
I foresee in our future, given the magnitude of what is approaching us at a very rapid rate, we've historically not delved at all, really, but into the general obligation bond or something. But I think we're on the cusp of exploring that as a finance vehicle to smooth this out.
Yes, sir.
In my business, we call it lumpy assets.
Yes, sir, I got you.
You know, if it's gonna last 20 years, do you spend all your cash immediately to do it, or do you? Because we borrow money at such a rate, it's way less than inflation. I mean, because of being everything on this sheet.
Correct, yes, sir.
The banks almost give it to you.
It's a very cheap rate, and you get closer to the end of this year, as rates drop, it's probably gonna get significantly cheaper than it is right now.
At the bottom of the rates, I think we had quotes in the standard 0.5 and 3/4% on sizable sums.
Yeah, so you're darn near, you can borrow it and put it in the bank and make money on the deal.
Yeah, but for the audience, the city has no long-term debt. So the only debt we have is like a car payment. We have vehicle payments. They only go 59 months. Is that right, Debbie? Yeah, 59 months. So while it does show a drawdown on the fund balance, we're have the cash on hand, and we don't have the large debt to, if we have another aid or something, that we're not crippled by debt payments.
Correct, yes, sir.
Which is, I think, makes it opportune time as we go forward, as John and Debbie have wisely managed this debt down, to give us an opportunity to explore a much more strategic leverage than maybe had been used in the past.
Correct.
So in comparing Asheboro to other municipalities, what parameters or characteristics are looked at? I mean, population, I'm assuming. What are some of the other things that are looked at?
One thing that the debt committee looks at, if you ever do go borrow money, is they're looking at this percentage, so it will correct itself to some degree on its own. The other thing they look really hard at is the tax collection percentage, and you saw how positive that was. So, and then if you're operating at a, quote, profit, if you will, increasing your general fund. So those things would have a significant impact on the way somebody perceives it, or debt rating, et cetera. So all of those, again, are positive. I think you just had to get past these projects where you had significant money going out. So I think I'm not here ringing a bell, sounding an alarm. I'm just saying, hey, we do know it went down. The percentages will go back up. You're in good shape, et cetera. You just made some strategic decisions on how you're going to invest your cash.
And I think we're gonna be a surprising, shocking, return on investment with the sportsplex. The contracts we have in hand for first quarter, you know, and it was what, $83,000 a quarter and all, that's pretty good ROI, even on what we spend. And then, the mayor especially has been working on various and sundry, sponsorships, naming opportunities, things like that. Then there'll be a bottom line increase, it'll skew that number artificially the other way, just as artificially as this number went. So
Right.
We're on the verge of we're fixing to be a big city accounting instead of small city accounting.
That's awesome.
Alan, you mentioned public safety. In most of your municipal clients, public safety, the majority of their expenditures.
It's always a big percentage, yes, sir. Sure is.
Yeah, ours is 50%, see.
Yeah, we've got a few that push that number, and we've got some that are lower than that. But I think if you're going to do the right job, you're going to be in that range, yes, sir.
Thank you.
It is ourselves we're protecting, after all.
That's right. I definitely appreciate you allowing our firm to do the audit. You're always welcome to call the office and talk to me about anything you got. If I happen to be out, tell them to give you my cell number and track me down, and I'll get you an answer to your question.
We appreciate it. Been a good experience on our end, too. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Thompson. Good to have you here tonight.
I also want to take a moment to compliment staff on one very, very, very important paragraph he noticed there about, you naturally, knowing everybody, we would not expect any difficulties, but, hats off to the no corrections. That's, I don't get that from my CPA. But it's just me. That's why I do them in pencil till I get it right.
I mean, on David's away.
21. Mr. Mayor, can I ask, I got a text from my daughter who's watching online, and she said she's having a hard time hearing. So I didn't know if there's an adjustment to that.
Yes, we can make an adjustment.
Okay, just thought I'd pass it along.
I will, and try to speak into the microphone a little bit, so everybody can hear.
Need headsets.
For 21 consecutive years, our finance officer and her department have received an Excellence in Governmental Accounting Award. So, I would expect that Mr. Thompson would enjoy doing our books, doing our audit. And so, congratulations. We recognized Ms. Reeves last month, I believe, or maybe the month before, for that next award, and we expect another one next year. In spite of the news we got. So, thank you very much. Dr. Byrd, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, Randolph Animal Hospital. Come on up, Ms. Byrd, And, our cohort here has some handouts, and she's gonna start them down, and we just pass them on down and make sure that Holly gets one, please.
And that's the train coming through town.
Again.
Comes through every night.
Largely their town.
So, Dr. Byrd, you're gonna, give us some updating on the, TNR program and the feral cat?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start.
You please do.
Yeah, okay. So you should have, as they pass through, several handouts about community cat programs, which is what I'm going to talk about. So thank you for inviting me to speak about cats. It's not a very hot topic like the budget, but we'll go ahead. So
Safer subject.
I doubt it.
Maybe you should wrangle.
Okay, so community cats are mainly what I'm here to talk about. I want to describe what they are and kind of advocate for them. They are cats that live outdoors. They're free roaming and by definition do not have an owner. Some are feral, which means that they keep their distance from humans, but yet they still rely on humans for food. Some were actually previously pet cats that have lost their trust in humans. They are not wild animals, but they are a domestic species. That's important here in just a minute. So community cats differ from lost or wandering pet cats because pet cats have owners. There's an ordinance in the city, in Asheboro City, regarding the number of cats that residents are allowed to have on their property. And you guys know it better than I do probably, but it's like 3 to 5 depending on the lot size, something like that. And it doesn't specify anything about what type of cat, but it just says cat. So I want to hope to change that. Community cats have caretakers as opposed to owners. These people feed them, provide shelter for them, and should seek out TNR services for the cats. TNR stands for Trap, Neuter, Return. These programs facilitate spay-neuter of the cats, rabies vaccinations, and they provide medical services to the cats while they're having the procedures. They're all under anesthesia, of course. While they're there under anesthesia, the very tip of, usually the left ear is removed, snipped flat, so that indicates that the cat has been through the program. It's a universal understood symbol of that's what that means. Understanding that the caregivers should have for the cats that have TNR is that they continue to feed them, provide shelter for them, and monitor the colony for new arrivals so that those new arrivals have TNR. This is called a managed colony. You probably don't know how many there are around here, but there are a bunch of them. Okay, so this is the deal that yes, you have TNR, but you keep monitoring the colony. You keep taking care of the colony. These also, the caregiver should also kind of monitor their welfare and their health, and if they seem to be not unthrifty, they're not thriving, then they need to contact either the shelter or someone to get help for these cats. Okay, so they're not just out there on their own, they're being monitored. If a cat in this situation is in poor health or gravely injured, then that's their responsibility, is to get help for those cats. TNR in Randolph County is carried out by many groups and individuals. Right now, not exactly the county is doing it on their own, but we coordinate with the county. These cats should not be relocated or to random places, and they should not be removed to the shelter since they are not stray cats. They live outdoors. Cats with ear tips should not be removed to the shelter unless gravely ill or injured, which of course is a judgment call that needs to be made by the people that know the cats. Some illnesses or injuries do not require medical attention. They'll go ahead and get better on their own, but that's part of managing the colony, is to know that difference. Feeding bans, which some places have tried, are an ineffective way of controlling community cat populations. People will ignore the bans, and they may be less likely to seek out TNR services for the cats because they're worried about getting in trouble, the legality of feeding the cats. So they go underground. I saw a nice quote in here, you can't ban kindness, because these people will feed these cats. So we've got to figure out how that works. So I propose that the ordinance as it stands regarding the labeling of cats, which really there isn't a label, it's just cats, that be amended to prevent community cats from being designated as either wild animals or as pet cats. They're like a different category. Everybody maybe here knows, if they've been involved in this at all, that there are various complaints or concerns that are expressed by citizens regarding these cats, and there are ways to address those, and that's also in these papers that we've handed out to you. The usual complaints are that cats are preying on wildlife, that cats make a mess or damage property, that they are making noise or spraying urine, that they keep having kittens, they carry diseases, or that they're in danger from traffic predators or bad weather. So all of these can be addressed with public education and TNR. So for instance, I don't think the city forbids free roaming cats. I don't think anybody has tried that, because that's of course also not going to work. But if you make that point to people, because all cats do hunt if they're outdoors, so you can't just blame it on the community cats. Cats do control rodents and snakes. That's kind of the upside as far as that type of wildlife that they prey on. There are humane ways to deter cats from property if people don't want them on their property, such as motion-activated sprinklers and ultrasonic animal repellents. These methods also deter cats from using gardens and yards for eliminating, as in their litter box, because nobody really likes that. Alley Cat Allies is a national organization that has a great website and it has other suggestions in addition to these that work for deterring cats and foxes from property, because that can be an issue for some people as well. Our county shelter does advise citizens about these deterrents if they call up with complaints. So that's already hopefully in the works for the county. TNR significantly reduces yowling, fighting, and spraying urine, because those are all hormone-driven behaviors, which go away once you spay and neuter them pretty much. Maybe not all fighting, but most fighting. And of course, it stops the reproduction, and it does control the spread of rabies amongst these cats. So while TNR is not the ideal solution for cat overpopulation, it is the best option we have at present. If all the community cats in the area are rounded up and taken to the shelter, which is a massive undertaking doomed to failure, no shelter has the capacity to accommodate all of them. We don't have the capacity to accommodate what we have. Community cats do not thrive in a shelter environment. They are stressed by confinement. They get sick. They get even more wild. So greater than 90% of them will be euthanized in the shelter. So basically, if you take them to shelter, they're going to die. So TNR is the most humane and effective solution that we have now. There are several national organizations that support TNR in general. One is the American Bar Association, which urges all local government to adopt uniform laws and policies to allow the implementation of community cat programs. This is from an organization called Shelter Pals, which is a group that advises animal welfare organizations on legalities of these types of things. Another one is the National Animal Care and Control Association, which believes that, and I quote, "The indiscriminate pickup or admission of healthy, free-roaming cats, regardless of temperament, for any purpose other than involvement in a community cat program, fails to serve commonly held goals of community animal management and protection programs, and as such is a misuse of time and public funds and should be avoided." Other national organizations that support TNR as a means to help community cats are the ASPCA, the Humane Society of the United States, the American Veterinary Medical Association, and the American Association of Feline Practitioners. So in closing, until the public keeps all pet cats indoors, spays and neuters all pet cats, and never abandons a pet cat, we will always have community cats, because that's where they come from. They all start there. So let's help the cats who now fall into this category, and most importantly, let's prevent more cats from this fate in the future.
You mentioned the ultrasonic motion activated. My mother has a carport and her car in it, and no one that I know of wants a cat on the car. And so I got 2 of those, and we also tried sprinkling red pepper and mothballs. Do they work as well? The ultrasonic things seem to help.
I was going to say, it's in the website that you can try that, yeah.
We had some success with it, and they're not they're the neighbors' cats. I mean, they're cats.
They're
with
pet
collars
cats.
and- yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, you know, and so but it's a problem.
is a problem.
And if you get around apartments and things, you know, there's no way to put those items out of any consequence, so it's,
I have a lot of comments on that. It's really hard. I didn't tell you this, but okay, as a veterinarian at Randolph Animal Hospital, this is not what I do. I'm a volunteer at Randolph County SPCA. That's what I do. Okay, so it's a whole different deal. So please don't bring your feral cats to Randolph Animal Hospital. If you do, we can handle it, but we'd rather not have them because they're a challenge. But no, but the point is that we get calls from apartment complexes, mobile home parks, all the time. And the challenge there is, especially with apartment complexes, they don't want us doing it. They say, we don't want these cats here, we don't want you doing these cats, we don't want you feeding these cats. Well, back to that whole kindness ban, people are gonna do it, they're gonna do it. You know, and,
2 make 8, that's the problem.
yeah.
I mean,
I mean, not just 8, man, 30. It's 30 like this, you know?
Need to take your shoes
So,
off.
yeah. So,
it's 2 times something.
yeah. But, the whole trap and remove thing, which people have tried for decades, it still doesn't work. And the thing about TNR that's so challenging is right now, we don't have what we call a targeted approach, which is like the gold standard for TNR to really succeed. So you have to have like a whole group of people in this quadrant. Our county's a square, right? So I divide it into my little departments when I do this scheduling. And I try to get, when we say, hey, do you know who's feeding cats in your neighborhood when we go do a colony? And they're like, yeah, it's that person, or yeah, it's that person. And sometimes they'll let us do it, and sometimes they won't. But we can't make them.
Like I said, they'll deny it. I mean,
That's just it.
we
They're not our
traps,
cats.
and I just will be dipping the ocean with a thimble.
Yeah, we feel that way sometimes. Kitten season starts in about 3 weeks. They're all going to be starting to have kittens. We've already been spaying and neutering, spaying pregnant cats.
You've been doing TNR for how long?
2015 is when we started. Yeah.
I'm a little confused how this works. I mean, if someone has a cat problem, then they call your organization, and y'all go out and assess what's going on, and then you will then go try to catch these cats and get them vaccinated and neutered, and then let them go back out in the wild? Is that the way it
Back
works?
to the same place. The deal is they have to agree.
If you participate in the program.
Oh, yeah. Believe me. Because they have to be the people who ask for help. We say, will you continue to feed and shelter? Will anybody call animal control to have them removed? Because that's a waste of resources. But now, and I forgot to mention this, our county is not accepting ear-tipped cats. If somebody calls up and say, I want these cats out of here, and they go there and they're ear-tipped, it won't take them.
So you tell the people to call that the cats will be released back in the area as soon as you can,
Back to their house, because it's almost always their house.
okay.
Yeah, the majority of the ones we do, I mean, wouldn't you say? They're at people's houses. And it's usually like, my neighbor 3 doors down died, and their people let the cats out, and now we have a colony, and we couldn't let them starve, and, that's a real common.
You did mention this, but, issue we run into, we try to police it.
You
Hey,
know that? Never heard.
minute they set that bag of garbage on the back porch,
Yep,
you just well put a vacancy sign up.
yeah. And honestly, that's true, that's people feeding cats whether they mean to
Yeah,
or not,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's feeding raccoons, feeding possums, feeding cats. If you're feeding one, you're feeding all.
Dr. Bird, I will correct you. We do have a nuisance law to say that if you own a cat, it stays on your property.
Yeah,
And so I understand that's not necessarily feasible,
right.
but it is in our ordinance.
So it's a law against free roaming of any description.
Well, if they are a nuisance animal and sleep underneath somebody else's car,
I got you.
for example, that's specifically.
Yeah.
And it's generic, it's animal, so it's dog.
Oh, yeah,
cat.
okay.
Well, invisible.
Well,
fence.
good, at least it's
Yeah.
generic.
Yeah, it's generic. I mean,
Well, see, that's where your ultrasonic repellents come in, because I think they work
Well,
on dogs,
you know,
too.
here's the problem from my perspective. Why should I have to prevent somebody else's animal from coming on my property, and I have to bear that expense?
Yeah.
And I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nature,
Yeah,
but we have neighbors who harbor 8, 10 cats, and they're more at my house than they are their house.
what's attractive about your house?
I got property,
Uh,
yeah. And they like to annoy my dog. Because he is confined and can't go
you can't get after
to
the
a certain
cats.
point, and they're right across the line. not my line.
They
They're
do it to
my
tease
line,
you.
but they're across his line.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And,
Cats don't respect property
no, they
boundaries at
don't.
all,
I
no.
can tell you.
So you've given us
I'm a dog.
a lot of reading here, Dr. Byrd. Do you have a specific request or,
Yeah, mainly my specific request is for the 3 to 5 cat, depending on the size of the lot, specify pet cats.
You know, later in the meeting, we're going to hear, from city attorney, about bow hunting, I believe.
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to thin the herd of deer
In the city.
in the city.
Okay.
Because with construction coming
urban
and all.
archery deer season?
Urban.
And the state regulates deer hunting, with the purpose of the hunting to be to thin the herd in regards to agricultural and to keep it wildlife as opposed to a nuisance. Why is that a foreign process with feral cats? What exempts them from that same?
From being hunted?
Thought,
From being hunted?
yeah.
Probably because it's not very effective. It's kind of like the whole trap and kill
They're
thing.
like squirrels. It's just me.
Maybe so, yeah. I mean, they are so fecund. I mean, they are so good at reproducing. They have 3 litters a year, and they have, anywhere from 3 to 6, usually per litter. They don't all survive, of course, but it's just
Location
like-
specific, it could be effective. Location specific, it could be effective.
on islands. There's been a little research on that, where they've eradicated cats using various not very humane methods to eradicate cats off of certain islands. And of course, they're trying to protect the wildlife because they're an invasive species. But yeah, if it's not an island, it's pretty hard to do.
So can use Mr. Bell's example.
His
He
island.
calls animal control. He calls animal control. The animal control officer comes out. How do we give guidance to our animal control people?
Right,
'Cause they have to.
they gotta deal with
Geez, but
it.
they gotta deal with it.
Yep, yep.
We get it up here third or fourth hand, but
That's on this section right here, how to address various complaints. A lot of this you can tell is coming from Best Friends, which is nationwide, kind of a no-kill organization, animal welfare organization. But this goes into a lot more detail than I did about how to address complaints. And some of these handouts, again, have more about ways to make your ordinance change. Like this one is ordinance drafting guidelines from Alley-Cat Allies, so there's a lot of different suggestions in here. General stuff, but So, yeah, it is a question of training. Well, like I said, public education. So, Mr. Bell, tell me what your problem is. And you tell him what the problem is, and you're like, I don't think I should have to bear the expense of this, buy the ultrasonic repellent, blah, blah, blah. And so then they may or may not have some, they can sell you cheap, or they can loan you, or, whatever, that kind of thing. But the fact of the matter is the cats are with us. You got to figure out how to deal with them. Same way with possum. I actually have people that complain about possums and raccoons coming up to their door, and I say, well, are you feeding cats outside? Yeah. I'm like, you're feeding raccoons and possums. What are you going to do about that?
The old saying, you can't
Quit
hurt a
feeding the
cat.
cats. I mean, you could say that, but like you said with the trash bag, they're feeding a cat. I mean, and that's why you'll see a colony of cats around McDonald's. There's a colony, there's always colonies around trash cans because people dump them.
We don't keep any food out of our house, but the spraying thing is, because if one sprays one bush, they all come and spray the same bush.
Yep.
I'm constantly replacing dead bushes.
Really?
Yeah. And
That's some potent.
I was going to say.
there must be half a dozen male cats that come through and there's one female. And she's a calico, but anyway.
Whose cats are they?
Well, they're my neighbor's cats. Now, if I trap that cat, now if I've chased that cat, I've chased these cats before off my property and had my neighbors yell at me. Now, if I trap that cat and I send it over to you to get clipped, well, then I'm sued for damaging their cat. Is that the case?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but
Yeah, that's what happens, right?
so like say we're trapping down the street from you
Yeah.
and not those particular cats are specific targets. Well, guess what? Those specific cats, again, they don't respect property lines. If there's an in-heat female up here, those male cats are up there hanging around, eating whatever. They get in a trap, guess what happens to them? They come back to that same spot with their ear trim and without certain parts, and then they go back there, and usually people are not the wiser.
Yeah. Well,
Some people don't seem to notice these ear tips. It's very odd. Yeah.
since they built the development behind me, the coyotes have gone away
They'll help
too.
you with this.
I was gonna, that's the reason I made that
I've been
face.
male cat since the coyotes went away. Just saying.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why did the coyotes go away?
Well, they built 80 houses behind me.
Oh, that's a lot.
And they, you
And
know,
there's gonna be more
Hence the deer
cats.
problem.
yeah, right, yeah. I used to
Yeah.
have more deer.
Oh, that's,
I used to have more
but you're
deer.
right about the coyotes. Unfortunately, the coyotes do keep the cat population down in certain places.
Yeah.
But it could be for our animal control officers that they go to Mr. Burke's house, well, these are my neighbor's cats. And you go, you can say, well, can I, okay. Animal control officer could go over there, introduce themselves, say this, well, I just feed them. They just live around here. We just share the same space.
There you go.
Well, we offer this, SPCA offers this program. Maybe that's. because
Yeah.
I said the animal control officer is the first, is that street level person that first encounters the homeowner with the issue.
Right. And you can always get a little bit, with them about, say, hey, are these cats rabies vaccinated?
Yeah.
Because they really need to be.
Not my cat. No, seriously, not my cat.
Yeah, well, then that's
his
when,
cat.
yeah, well, that's when you say, well, here's the thing, these cats live on your property. Is there a thing in the city where if you feed them for a certain amount of time, they're your cat or they're your dog? Because that's a county thing.
He is in child support.
That must not be a city thing too, but there's a thing in the county. I think that's still the case, right? Yes. You feed them a certain number of days, they're considered yours, and therefore you're responsible for them, da-da-da.
Have you studied our ordinance at all?
No. It's all hearsay.
Why don't we give you a copy, get you a copy of our ordinance? And
Okay.
get you highlight it and make a suggestion or two about how we might be able to improve our ordinance and how we can train our animal control. Now, as far as dogs, general animal control, when we hire a new animal control officer, we send them to school. Most places don't do that. They just give them a truck and a net and say, go to it. And had a case just last week where a dog's been tied out in the yard out in the county during all this rain and all that with no shelter. And they were called animal control, and the county animal control shows up and said, nothing I can do.
I thought they had to provide shelter. I know you don't have to for livestock, which is odd, but I thought for dogs they had to.
I don't know the whole circumstance, I just know that the owner was told, or the person making the complaint was told, nothing I can do.
Well, and what about the change with tethering?
Sorry?
What about the change with tethering that you can't?
Well, that's city of
You know, the problem with tethering, those laws tend to be, I don't know if it's true for the city, but when that first came out with the county, there was like, you can only tether them a certain number of days, or a certain number of hours. How are you gonna know that? It's one of those, how do you enforce these things?
Well, at rental properties,
And
you've got a manager going by clocking it, and then we call.
Well, but that's not always the case.
The county has no time limit on tethering.
Okay, well, that's even better, because then you can enforce it, right? Tethering, no tethering, it's very clear.
Well, no,
So-
they just don't recognize tethering as inhumane, and there is no 2-day limit, or only if you're out there like our ordinance says, only if the owner's present, and only for a certain period of time, that type of thing. So, I think we're at odds over what a reasonable ordinance says and how it's enforced.
Yeah.
That's why we send our guys to school.
Yeah.
Does anyone go down the dark hole of having cat tags like dog tags?
Actually, I think Ranneman City did. I don't know if they still have that or not, but that's a pretty tough one too, because cats won't leave their collars on. And so that gets complicated, and they can, get strangled.
Okay.
So
I'm just
cut you
thinking
off.
it'd be an easy way to tell a pet cat from a non-pet cat, in
there
theory.
is no easy way. Ear tip helps.
We got
Well,
time.
it'd be
for
like
maybe
a
one more
license
question.
tag. It's either registered or it's not.
We'll reach out to her, and maybe we'll invite Dr. Bird and the SPCA to come and just interact with our.
Take a
control people and their
copy of our
supervisor.
ordinance. and-
Okay. Is
and-
it on the website?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
it's chapter 91.
Oh, he's reading it to me. That's excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
Good for you.
Any other
I'm very
questions?
familiar with it.
And again, I don't see the difference in the wild cat and the wild deer. I do not.
They're probably not.
Cats are domestic species and deer aren't, but anyway. Any other questions?
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Dr. Artelon, the president of Randolph Community College, and want to say one more time, welcome to Asheboro.
Thank you,
We're so
Mayor,
pleased
thank
to
you all.
have you.
It is an honor to be back. Some of you I've seen twice per day, so we have gone to the next level, I think, as far as relationship. But that's exactly how it should be for the sake of time. And I saw that we're now number 5. You got another 13 to go. So I will cut it very short. As you know, the best thing any leader can do is to hire the right person and let them do the right thing. And I believe that's what happened here by us hiring Linda Brown as our expert to present and also to go all over the county to get input from all of you. First time I mentioned that we're going to be seeking input from you and from the community for our strategic planning. Our strategic plan should be aligned with what your priorities are, and that's exactly what we're here to do tonight, to seek your input and also input from the community. So without further ado, I will pass it to Linda, and I will be sitting in the back of the room.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's great to see all of you again and be here with a different hat on, although I don't have it on. But I wanted to say thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here representing RCC tonight and to give you a brief briefing on the strategic planning process. The arrows you said, yeah? There we go. So we start with the what. You know, there's a lot of change coming. You're all very much aware of it. You've talked about some of it tonight. Within a 35-minute drive of downtown Asheboro, there are 4 companies that together are investing over $30 billion in capital investment, bringing 16,000 plus jobs. And these opportunities represent generational wealth for families in Randolph County. And I want to commend the city of Asheboro for taking such a leadership role in making sure that the infrastructure that's needed to support all the growth that's coming gets done, and finding ways to find other people's money, OPM, to take care of it. I think that's genius. So RCC is an economic engine for prosperity. We focus on curriculum studies, as you know, which provides people with a 2-year degree, getting them ready for careers, also enabling them to transition to go to 4-year universities if that's what they want to do. Workforce development, we're very well known for. We help bridge skills gaps, and we create customized training for certain organizations, industries that, one in particular that I think of is Technomark. Doing customized training for them. We're doing it for Toyota as well. But our apprenticeship Randolph program, very well known, and it's been identified as a leading practice among community colleges in North Carolina. And we're very proud of that one. Continuing education is another one. We've got really dynamic programs that enable people to upskill or reskill, and sometimes just take things that they have a passion or an interest in for quality of life. So quite a expansive program there. So with all the change coming, we need to change as well, but the things that remain the same is we are focused on being relevant, aligned with what students, employers, and the community needs and what the priorities are. So we do want to hear from you, and the card I gave you tonight has a QR code that takes you to a survey, and we're asking about our mission, vision, and values, and we're also asking about what some of the priorities you think we need to be looking at. And you'll find that on the survey. We're also still focused on careers. Workforce development stays core to the mission, and our commitment to the community, to students, and to faculty and staff and each other. We've got a lot of visible changes coming to RCC. We've got the Applied Industrial Artificial Intelligence Center of North Carolina. It's a mouthful. We're taking an older building on campus and restoring it, renovating it. About a third of it will be branded to Toyota with their equipment for training future Toyota employees. About a third of it will be dedicated to agribusiness technology, and then about a third for spaces where industry partners of ours and four-year universities can work together collaboratively on some different projects. You've heard about the new satellite center for Liberty. We're really excited about that project. It meets it falls in line or aligns with the county growth management plan that was recently adopted by the county commissioners. And it also aligns with the county strategic plan that was adopted in 2016 in areas of economic development and quality of life. So being in that location puts us about 5 minutes from the Toyota facility, about 10 from Wolfspeed, and it aligns with a multitude of things going on, so we're excited about that. We have system-wide upgrades, expansion and renovation going on. Probably the most exciting one, Chief, is the expansion of the Emergency Services Center and Emergency Training Center. The expansion we're doing there will enable us to train an additional 1,400 people a year. And the retention rate of people we train that stay here in the county to provide services is 90%. So we're really excited about that, and we know that with the growth happening in the county, there's going to be more and more opportunity for people in that area. So the strategic plan, as Dr. Shaw mentioned, it's going to be an integrated one. We are aligning it with the priorities that we learn about from the community and from all of our meetings that we're having. We're going before every city council, county commissioners, the school boards. We're having public meetings in Archdale, Asheboro, and Liberty, and we've got several other campus meetings, student meetings, and we're going to be widely promoting the opportunity to give us feedback and invite the public to all of these things. But having the strategic plan, aligning it with what everybody feels that we need to be doing, will enable us to fulfill our mission and help be of benefit to the whole community. So the process, we're in the red area right now. We got started in November, and right now we're doing a review of the mission, vision, and values, and we're also seeking public input. So we're very interested in hearing what you have to say. Our objective is to be able to have it adopted by our Board of Trustees in May. So it's a very short timeline, but the college does a great deal of research. They have a lot of data. We already had an environmental scan. We already have, the great news is the numbers that you can get off of state organizations on our performance and our enrollment and all of that is about a year behind, but the numbers that we collect to feed to them, we have on a daily basis. So we're able to look at exactly where we are and get a current snapshot rather than doing a look back as we're moving forward on this. As I mentioned, we've got about 20 different public meetings planned. So you can provide input at any of those meetings. You can email us. We have an email address, strategicplan@randolph.edu, or you can submit a form, answer the survey at that QR code. And we will be reporting back. I flipped a page too fast. We will be reporting back and letting people know. We'll have press releases about where we are in the process. We'll be promoting it in the campus newsletter, social media, and on our website. And the strategic plan website or webpage at the RCC website. We are keeping it updated with the public meeting dates, the calendar. There's a link to the survey, and it tells us what things we've achieved so far, accomplished in the planning process. So with that, I want to say thank you for allowing us to come before you tonight. And do you have any questions?
You have a daunting task in front of you, so it sounds like we're making a great plan. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope you get through the rest of your meeting real quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Have you picked the site for the Liberty
Yes,
location?
yes. And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on 421,
Okay.
and it's right at a
New or old?
on-off ramp.
You were old for 20.
Huh?
New or old
Or an
420?
off-ramp, it would probably be.
Yeah, it's on the new, yeah, yeah. It's really a prime spot. That's all I want to say about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all being here tonight. Look forward to working with you on this. This is the appointed time for public comment. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to address the council tonight about any areas or of city business or concern, this is your opportunity. We ask that you come to the podium, print your name on the list at the podium, and the purpose for printing your name is so that when we transcribe the audio tape, you get your name right. A lot of times we can't get it off the tape very accurately. So, is there anyone in the audience tonight that would like to address the council?
And if your item's on the agenda, there'll be the appropriate time for that.
Okay, well, moving on. You sure? Nobody?
I think they're here for something.
All right, so, and like the manager said, generally for items of business, you will have an opportunity to speak to that item of business outside of the public comment period. Council, you have in front of you the published consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that you would like to have removed for individual discussion or consideration?
Mayor, I don't want to have anything removed, but I just noticed in the ABC board minutes that we're going to be getting an additional $40,000 distribution. So I thought that was good news.
Yes. It has strong.
The ABC operation is strong.
Mayor, and also item F, everybody on the council knows, but this is the last council meeting, Chief's here in his official capacity. He'll be retiring at the end of the month. After the animal control discussion, he may be asking me, can he retire tomorrow? So we thank you. We'll get a chance later in the month, but thank you, Chief. Thank you.
And there will be a little retirement party for him coming up, and the next day, I'm swearing in for the replacement chief. Congratulations, Chief. You certainly deserve your retirement. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as it is in front of you.
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Have a motion by Mr. Burks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Item 8, Mr. Nuttall. Item 8A is a legislative hearing which I will open. an application to rezone property at 1419 and 1425 Old Liberty Road. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request filed by the property owner to rezone two parcels from what currently is a B1 or neighborhood business zoning district and split R10 medium-density residential zoning to entirely a conditional zoning R10 for the purpose of modifying lot width standards for single and two-family dwellings. And I'll go over that here just in a little bit. But for overview on this application, it is filed by Christian Vestal. He is a property owner. We're looking at 1419 and 1425 Old Liberty Road. Again, we'll look at the zoning map here in a moment, but it is a split zone between R10 and B1 currently. It's just under 2 acres, 1.84 acres in size. There are two structures currently on the property. It's both former single-family dwellings. One has been unoccupied for a while. On the overview map on the screen, the subject parcel was outlined in blue. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer here. You can see A1 and A2 on this map. Those are the two Randolph County pins involved. The pink colored identifies that B1 or that neighborhood commercial designation. So you can see it's at that intersection there, and it encompasses a small portion of the subject parcel. The remaining portion of the property is already zoned R10, which is a single and two-family zoning district considered to be medium-density residential in character. All of the other yellow area on this screen also is currently R10 zoning, so similar to what the applicant is requesting here this evening. The red color is actually a general commercial zoning district, so it's a more permissive commercial district that this property abuts and is to the east of. And then you see the Prestige Fabricators facility that's purple, and that's to the southeast of the parcel. It's industrially zoned. So we have several different zoning districts happening here. This topographic map gives you an idea of how the property falls from west to east towards the river. You can see city-maintained water and sewer lines identified by those blue and green lines respectively. This property is in the city limits and has access to all city services. This is an aerial map. Just giving you a better idea of kind of the development patterns in the area. If you look to the north, there's single-family, some rural residential development, as well as some undeveloped property. There's a manufactured home and single-family dwellings to the east. To the south is single-family residential as well. See that Prestige Fabricators plant to the southeast, and then the restaurant On the Rock Diner that's to the southwest of the property. This is just kind of a oblique angle map, giving you a little bit different vantage point of the development patterns in the area. This is a view of the subject properties. You see both those structures in this photo, as seen from Old Liberty. This is 1419 Old Liberty Road, and there's the older structure, 1425. This is a view looking southwest. And you can see Prestige looking northeast. And this is a conditional district that's filed here this evening, so there is a specific plan of development that is offered with this application. On it, you'll see the plans of the property owner is to retain that existing single-family structure at 1419. That would be contained on one subdivided parcel, and then there would be two additional subdivided lots that would be created. Each could contain up to a two-family dwelling on one of those lots. Of note here is the applicant is proposing to provide access to these two-family dwellings via a shared driveway on Old Liberty Road. Would be likely preferable to NCDOT, who has a jurisdiction over the roadway and would handle permitting and access to that roadway. Some of this I've already touched on. I'll read on number 4 here in the analysis. If you look at the definition of the B1 zoning district, so again, a part of this property is already zoned commercial. There could be commercial activity authorized on the property. It's intended to provide limited retail and personal service uses, typically along minor thoroughfares, which Old Liberty Road is. As compared to the R10 district, is described as producing moderate intensity residential uses, usually single-family or two-family in character, which is what you have here with the application, and being served by the necessary services. In this application, the owner, again, is proposing to create 3 lots, 1 for single-family dwelling, 2 that would be able to hold a two-family dwelling on each. What's I think important to note on this application is this property is very close to being able to subdivide without having to go through this conditional zoning district process. The lot width standard in the R10 is 75 feet per lot, and if you look at that site plan, you can see each one of those is just shy of that 75-foot requirement. So with 2 feet of additional width on this property, we wouldn't be here. It'd be a permitted by right activity to develop the property as proposed. The benefit, in our view, is that you get to see the application. There can be consideration given to safety, such as sharing that driveway on Old Liberty Road, as opposed to each unit having its own access. And you can see exactly where the homes would be built on the property. So that's the trade-off on going through this process. That's all contained within the report. This information's been available online. I do at this point want to just inform the council we have properly advertised this zoning hearing this evening. It's been published notices in the paper, letters to adjoining property owners, and the property has been posted as well. As we look to the city's land development plan for some guidance, the proposed land use map that is adopted by the city does designate this for neighborhood residential development, not commercial. The application is consistent with that. It's within a primary growth area, so it's already receives the full array of services. As we look at goals and policies on this that are supportive on this application, we find that there are several. We don't identify any that tend to be just outright negative towards the applications. We do ask the council to consider applying some conditions to this request, just to ensure continued compliance with the city codes. They are A through G, contained within your staff report at your places. They're up on the screen. They have been shared with the applicant, but it essentially locks in the site plan that has been presented to you all, should the district be approved. As we say in the staff report, this is a request to eliminate a small area of neighborhood commercial zoning. I think it would be challenging to utilize it in a way that was helpful and consistent with kind of the development patterns of the area. And the request is to put it in a district comparable to what's already out there, single and two-family residential zoning districts. The only reason, again, that we're here is just due to about 2 feet of lot width deficiency that would otherwise allow this to happen by right. For those reasons, staff recommends approval of the application. This went to the planning board at its January board meeting, and it does come to you with a favorable recommendation. Yes, sir.
In looking at site plan and you know, in general, in principle, I concur with everything that's been said. topic that has come up often, and I champion the mayor's cause in this, is they're showing 2 parking spaces per unit, which seems to be the presumed norm.
It is.
Two occupants, 2 cars. So there's no guest parking or that sort of thing. And in as much as it's a conditional use, is parking allowed in the setback?
Yes.
So there's, I just drew off 2 or 3 little old ideas, but I think there needs to be 4 more parking spaces. Perhaps, over in front of track 3, there's some room there. Of course, I'm looking at 2-dimensional drawing.
Sure.
But if you put two more over in front of track 1 or something other, coming off the drive, but, because there's clearly no room for on-street parking of any sort on Old
Correct.
Liberty Road, and I think it would be, quite frankly, maybe even saving the developer from themselves in a certain way if coming up there.
And parking frequently comes up when we see specific development plans. The city code already is prepared to handle those visitor parking standards for everything above single and 2-family homes. Across the city, when we have single and 2-family development, 2 spaces is all the code directs us to look for. I think if this is an issue that the council believes is relevant to 2-family homes, we probably should consider changing the code. But you certainly could discuss that with the applicant here this evening.
In this particular case, since the conditional use door has been opened.
Absolutely. Conditions, potential conditions come with that. Yes, sir.
Ultimately, when all 4 of those spots in front of each unit are taken, somebody's gonna pull up in the grass, the yard. And in the wet weather we're having right now, that's just gonna leave a rut and then mud out on Old Liberty Road. I've got mud going down my street right now, where one of my neighbors has a 3rd car and they park off the shoulder of their driveway. So, it appears that he's got room to make at least another 1 or 2 spots. And Mr. Moffett mentioned 4, but, and that'd be amenable to whatever the council thought if anybody else feels that way. And we talk about this every time, just about every time we rezone something, about where are the guests gonna park. And as Mr. Moffett just said, they will not be parking on the street on Old Liberty Road. And it's a problem when they start parking in the grass. So,
We'll soon, probably at the next meeting, be looking at a request I know will be coming up, and they just went ahead and put 3 spaces per unit, which I thought was some good foresight. And I don't wanna slow them down. I don't wanna send them back for more drawings, but I would like to add a condition of 4 additional spaces. With the caveat, if it's permissible with city attorney, that staff can work that out per an acceptable drawing. Is that?
We'll need to hear from the
yeah,
applicant.
In other words, if
let's
acceptable,
put a
but
pause on that.
my point is not to hold them up.
And finish up the hearing. So, is anyone in the audience that would like to address council? So, pull the microphone down a little bit closer and state your name and then print your name on that list.
Okay.
My name is Sylvia Smith, and I live directly across from where they're planning on putting the driveway. If you see there where the old Granny Davis's house is, that driveway, anybody that knows Old Liberty Road, I live on the road. I don't have a front yard. I don't have a porch, practically. I mean, as far as a yard. So if they put that driveway there and all that traffic is coming out, if they're gonna put 8 units there, you're talking 16 cars if there's 2 per family, plus, like you said, visitors. If somebody comes out there where you cannot see, and anybody that goes down Old Liberty knows, once you go to that bridge, that's a blind spot coming out there. They're gonna end up in my house or in my yard that I don't have. But I've lived there for 50 years and know there's not any two-family dwellings there. There's only one little duplex back there that Gil Underwood owns, that's one bedroom each. The other dwellings are way up above me. Our whole community is family homes. I know I've been there 59 years, and then where I am now, 52 years. And the last thing I want to do is get up every morning and look out my window at a bunch of duplexes. I know growth is needed, but I don't feel like this is the correct area for it. I've raised my kids there, my grandkids are there, and I just do not feel like this is a good area. I lost my husband 3 years ago. There's 3 other widows that live in that immediate area. And when you've got duplexes, you've got different people coming in and out. You don't know your neighbors. Now I know my neighbors. I have a neighbor here tonight. I feel like I can go out in my yard and feel safe. But when you've got different people coming in, you can't get to know them, you don't feel safe. And if any of you've got mothers, grandmothers living alone, you know how that is. You want them to feel safe. And I just don't feel like this is a good area for that particular duplex. And like you said, where are you going to put that additional parking? We've already got a river, like Mayor said, coming down that road. When it rains, I've got pictures of water gushing 2 foot high that's running to the river. And when you've got pavement over there, you're going to have more runoff. It's just not a good place to put it. I
Is
mean,
the water running down the road, is that something new?
that water runs down that road,
Been like that for 59 years?
gully washing. Gully washes down that
You
road.
got a pointer on, you got your pointer? Go back to the overhead, the one that was up prior to this, please. All right, now, show me her house, please.
Go down, right there, that's me.
Okay.
And that would be directly in front of where they want to put that big wide driveway at. And like I said, cars coming out there, if you go down and you see the bridge, that bridge is curved to the left just enough, I walk over there and throw stuff out, I used to, for the deer, because we have deer over there too. And when I come back, I have to practically walk out in the road so I can see if something's coming from across the bridge. So that would be a very high accident-prone driveway to come out of. And the ones that live there, Susan and Phil he went to work every day and come home. That was the only traffic that was ever coming out of there. And he lived in the house, not the old house, but the newer one there, 1419. So there wasn't a lot of traffic, and Miss Effie never had a car, so she never traveled in and out.
All right. Trying to line up the driveway.
It would be right there where the crepe myrtle is. That tree that's between the 2 houses.
Well, actually, it'll be right beside the old house, according to the drawing that we've been supplied. But your point is taken.
Yeah. And so,
All right, we'll just keep on with here from anybody else. So, do you have anything else, Ms. Smith?
no, that's all. I
All right,
appreciate
any
it.
questions of Ms. Smith?
Have you had any trouble with the vacant house, the small one, with vagrants going in and out, homeless people?
No,
going in?
no.
Okay.
Miss Davis's house has been empty. They called it Granny Davis. I guess it was Effie's granny's house, and that house has been vacant the whole 52 years I've lived there. There's never been anybody in it, but no, nobody's ever been in and out of it.
That's good.
That's wonderful.
That's right.
Like I said, it comes down to knowing your neighbors.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
All right, next.
Thank you. Donna, she wants to speak on the same thing.
Exactly, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. I'll give to you in a second.
Property is 1430.
I'm sorry. Come on up. Introduce yourself. Sign the
I'm
sheet.
Donna Hughes, and I'm the property owner of 1431, which really is connected. And I also own 1449. So my point is, the reason Granny Smith as you put it, that little old house there on the corner, you've got neighbors. We watch out for each other. And there is 3 widows there, and I'm one of the 3. And I've been there for close to 50 years myself. And I married Tim Hughes, if any of you are familiar with him, Hughes Boat and Motor Repair. So I'm concerned with the extra parking also. When he puts that 2-apartment building in there, that's going to come back towards my property. There's going to be a runoff. He's going to have to build it up.
All right, which is your property? You said you own 2 pieces over there?
I do. 1431, which,
Bacon is lot D.
and then down the road, which is 1449, and my house is 1451. The business was 1449, Mayor.
Now,
But
the mobile
14
home that's in property E, now that says it's a rental home?
Yes, sir, it is, and I have no idea who owns it. But we do know the neighbor.
And
Is there
I
any
and
business in
J
the
are
corner
rental.
now? Is there any business in the corner lot there?
1449, is that what you're speaking of?
Yeah, WOW Road, is there a business there
Oh,
now?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I think it's being rented, but there's nothing going on there. So I'd like to know myself, actually. But when you build in there,
Trevor, go
there's a
back to the
gully,
picture. That aerial.
and you're going to have to fill it in. Then I have a driveway
Yeah.
right there at that little trailer that comes in and actually circles around. Well, when you build that up, are you going to destroy my driveway and all the people that uses it?
Are you
And
across
I'm
the
the
street from
one-
the mobile home? Across the drive from the mobile home?
No, sir. But I own the driveway in between. Everybody uses it. I keep it up.
That goes up and around, comes back.
Oh,
It
yeah.
circles around back to the boat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It does. To the boat business,
I see
which
that.
used to be.
So you live back up top of the hill then?
I do.
0095
I do.
On this map.
Where the pond's at
Yeah.
and the river. So,
Pretty place.
thank you, sir. It's a nice pond. It's stocked. That was my husband's. So my concern is the runoff to the driveway. How is that going to affect it? He's going to have to build it up. He's going to have to, because there's a gully right there. Those trees are going to have to go. And like you said, we also need the extra parking for guests.
The gully is
So,
where, the
there
back
is-
of, the back of his lot, where all
Uh-huh. Yes,
the
sir.
forest is.
When you come in my driveway, yes, sir, there is, we have actually even had to put a tile in there
So you topo.
because there is a runoff. It's tore the driveway up several times in the past, when hurricanes would come through.
There's an undulation right there. I don't know if it's up or down.
Yeah, her house is up here. Her house is
It is back behind the house, back behind the development.
So that's my biggest
Pretty
concern.
good ways from the house,
That's a pretty good ways from where they're talking about putting these dwellings.
yeah. Council, any questions? Okay, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
My name's Kenneth Davis, this is my wife Crystal. We actually own the property that's right beside the 425. You see a house is actually like a piece of slice right there on the corner. We actually own that property right there. You know, we just have questions concerning this. Actually, first time us ever doing this, so I'll do the best I can.
Fine, just say
But
what you need to say.
we just have some questions.
Ask what you want to ask.
One question is, when looking at the watershed that's on the zoning property, we were wondering how this will impact the property, our property, I should say, as everything flows through one culvert. I just wonder if there's any concerns that needs to be addressed in regards to that matter. Another question is it a community or individual trash when it comes to pickup? So that the services are picked up in one location to be protected and concealed, or lots of stops and traffic concerns and noises and that sort of stuff. Another question is, will there be requirements for the type of buffering along the property lines to help reduce noise and light pollution generated by the increase in dwellings? And our concerns when it comes to water is having whether, like a fence or a bush or something, around the property line to prevent potentially water flow into the property, our property and everything, because we all know over time that will not be too good. And then in regards to that, because our property is directly downhill from this project, we will like to ask for a fence and or vegetation buffer for several reasons: privacy, pets, loose toys. When it comes to duplexes, you just don't know what you have and all that sort of stuff. And general safety to reduce liability for all. And I definitely like to recommend to think about the parking as well. But again, our property is right beside to the right of 1425, and it is actually being rented out. We've had a tenant that's lived there for over 15, 17 years that they've been there.
And there is a fence around that.
The front, yeah.
Yeah. I see where it is lower in your backyard than the road. It's flattening, then slopes off.
And we do know if there's grading, even towards the front, as you're coming closer to Old Liberty Road, if there's any grading, that can change a whole lot when it comes to the water flow, so.
But there's water flowing currently, but I
Yeah.
understand exactly what you're saying. If it depends on
It's just our
how
concern.
things are arranged.
Yeah, just concerns and questions, that's all.
And genuine question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Use a pen. Okay, so my name is Susan Richards, and I guess I should have spoken the original part where I said comments were welcome. You guys, this is amazing. I usually go to the county meetings because I'm outside in the county, and I live in Asheboro. My neighbors are Crystal and Kenneth Davis. So we met at their property today, so I had the opportunity to walk it with them, and I'm gonna say this out loud. I'm new to Asheboro, only 3 years. I'm from California, and I love it here. My husband was in the military and all the sheriff and all the things. I'm a widow, so I understand their points. It's scary as heck, and I'm on enough property. So I just want to share that I empathize. Knowing your neighbors is huge. That is one, I call my little old ladies on mine. They called the police on me because I was walking my dog at 7 o'clock at night. So, and now I'm a little old lady. So it was really awesome to see that the community is amazing. I met with Crystal and Kenneth, and one of the things that was really awesome is I called in today to the city and said, so can you tell me about this development? Because I didn't have the plans available, and I was talking with my friends. So they explained, what they were doing and where the driveway was and all the things, and I am so elated to know that our city, you guys are planning amazing. Can't you just annex me and make me part of you instead of the county? Because with the veterinarian I stand with you with the county saying we can't do anything. Okay, enough of that. But what I'm really standing about this project is coming again from California and recognizing that development is coming. You guys, we just saw all the numbers coming. It's coming, it's big, we need housing, not a doubt. So what would make it safe for the communities? What would make it safe for the tenants? What would make it safe for the water flow? In looking at this project, I didn't realize that the driveway that was out on the side is actually not belonging as a current road. I didn't realize that was a driveway and that everybody uses it. I thought, oh, just come in through the back of the property and problem solved. But obviously now that's not an option. I'm concerned about the traffic. The first thing, and I love you guys for saying this, I put parking and the number of cars. I go, 5 houses times 3, and I went 3 because at that point you're looking at, I got 2 cars plus an extra car and a truck, and I am. So that's 15 cars coming, entering, and exiting. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Not to say that it's not right, not that it can't be done, but how do you do it? Moving forward, it's not about this property, it's not about this project. As a citizen of Randolph County and as Asheboro, I look at it and I hate going to Hobby Lobby parking lot. So it's about traffic in general, and I'm really concerned. I'm so grateful to you guys looking at how you're going to move forward. So that's, you guys, I thank you for looking at that. And back with Kenneth and Crystal's concerns about their water, when we were walking, that a fence may work, plants may work, but when you have growth, you have lights because you need to be safe. Now that you have new lighting, how does that affect the others? What does that do? How does that, anyway, those are my questions. The other thing too is now you have, ready, 4 houses, 5 houses with new pets, new cats, new dogs. They're all running loose. They are all gonna be tethered. They're all gonna be what they are. How do you, is there a condition that says you can only have 2 dogs for this condition? Is there a way that says you have a pet park in the back and they can only be in a fenced-in area? Is there anything that we can do as we're developing that says, this is a good idea, but, or we would like to see some additional things, because I don't have the answers. You guys do.
Actually, our city ordinance addresses each and every one of the pet situations you described. There are limits, there are,
In the city, you
remedies
can only
for
tether
that.
if you're out there, and only for a certain period of time.
Okay, because, yeah,
You can't leave your dog tethered.
good news.
Out in the yard if you're not out there.
Okay, because I'm in the county. I got things going, coming.
They deal with
moving.
cows and horses and bears and, you know, we deal with cats and dogs.
Okay, so, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you for that. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time, and I know I don't really count as city, but I want to. Can I say that?
It really doesn't matter, and when it comes to Randolph County, Randleman, Asheboro, Seagrove, Ramseur, whatever, we're all in this together, and what you heard somebody say earlier, about all this investment that is coming, 30 billion.
Here.
I wanna put that in perspective for everybody.
Huge.
The total tax value for Randolph County now is 15.5 billion. All this investment they were talking about earlier tonight is gonna double that.
It's
If it all,
impressive.
I mean, Toyota alone is gonna double it. It's gonna almost triple, with Wolf Speed and everything else. We've got some real growing pains coming, some big issues. And while I'm talking, and if you're done,
I'm done.
are there
I
any
can go.
questions of, what was your last name, ma'am? Richardson. Okay. Are there any other questions for Ms. Richardson? All right.
Can I speak as the applicant?
You may, yeah, I wasn't prepared to close the meeting, so yes, sir, you go right ahead. The hearing, I'm sorry, I said meeting, the hearing.
I'm just gonna do something a little different. Let's propose a condition for gravel overflow parking in the excess of four.
Introduce yourself.
Christian Vestal.
Right. You are the applicant.
I am the applicant,
Okay.
and I have presented this. I have heard the concerns of both council and neighbors. Undecided on what to build, just putting something out there that can be built. And it may be single family, it may be duplex, so not sure. But I'm open to the condition that gravel overflow parking be mandated in the excess of whatever is required here, and say put a minimum of 4 on it.
Well, I think our ordinance requires paved parking.
That's what I was trying to avoid, as you can understand.
But
If it's gotta be
4
paved.
spaces. I mean,
Yeah, well, when I don't have the money to finance what I've got, it's a lot. But let's, we'll do the 4 spaces. That's definitely something that's doable.
Does your topography allow pushing these 2 units back any further?
The one on the left, I could slide back ideally and be in a great spot on site. The one on the right does not need to go back any further. It becomes a draw back there.
It's a pretty big gully back there.
Yeah, the driveway that is accesses several houses back in that area, comes across the back right corner of that lot, as well as parking and stuff. But it does become a draw with one maybe 18-inch culvert that probably needs to be upsized.
Are you planning these for rental or for sale?
I don't have a decision on that. And I personally couldn't finance it to rent it right now. I would have to sell.
Okay.
I will add this comment from my perspective. We have duplexes, mixed in with single-family homes all over Asheboro. They're down in Dixieland Acres, they're just about every neighborhood in Asheboro has a duplex or a few. And they can be good neighbors. It all more depends on who they're rented to and how long somebody stays there than it is whether it's a duplex or a single-family home. So there's no reason to think that a couple of well-maintained duplex with the right people wouldn't work in this neighborhood. My big concern is always the parking. These guys will tell you that I'm the parking guru. I just don't like people parking on their yard and not having a place to park if they visit. And we talk about that just about every time we zone something. That's my comment for this particular discussion. You go right ahead if you've got other stuff to say.
I'm good. Any questions, maybe you can answer, but.
Well, what I believe I heard you say is in your driveway connection there, as required by DOT, there'll be a proper side ditch constructed and pipe installed, and that'll handle the runoff from the road and the initial driveway. Grading is required to propose for the foundations for your units in your parking lot, but you intend to handle that in such a manner as to not shed the water on a neighbor, which I believe the grading permits and things of that nature will take care of that
Absolutely.
At that level.
The side ditch, they're fairly shallow in front of those 2 lots.
Yeah, as you approach
Not flat.
the trailer on the right, it actually starts almost like it would spill out into the road a little bit. It does show.
I'm looking at it right here. It's
You want to go back to,
yeah, that street view right there, right in front of the front porch of Granny Davis's house there. It's almost flat. There's really not a side ditch. The water's coming off the road and
got nowhere to
going
go
and
except
going
the
into the
road.
front of the mobile home. And if you put a driveway connection in there, a properly constructed road shoulder and ditch, it'll make it down there about where that fire hydrant is and then catch that valley gutter and head on down to the river. I mean, the DOT's provided you a place to put the water.
Yeah, there's an
The
existing
driveway
culvert. Yep.
connection will necessitate it.
Do you agree to the other conditions as they were presented?
Yes.
So just to be clear, we have A through G. H would be 4 additional paved parking spaces. And you work the layout with Trevor. I don't want to confine you with a specific layout, but to get that where it works with the site plan, is that sufficient?
You're agreeable to that,
Absolutely.
4 paved?
4 paved parking spaces.
Can we, and I asked Mr. Nuttall, I don't want to create a problem for the enforcement officers, with your permission, Mr. Mayor, to ask. Is it along the lines to say that you are agreeable to a condition to put in 4, in addition to what's shown on the existing site plan, you're going to put in 4 additional paid parking spaces in compliance with the City of Asheboro zoning ordinance? Is that a fair statement?
I believe that would be correct, and as agreed upon with city staff.
Just one, again, not trying to nitpick, but we proposed 2 separate parking areas. Where are those 4 places gonna be? Are we gonna put 2 on one, 2 on the other? You know, how is that gonna be? I don't want, I'd assume everybody know going in where these 4 places are gonna be located.
And that's one of those situations where if staff's going to evaluate, they need to be guided by the ordinance, which is what it's going to put as far as
I can tell you
predetermined
the
standards.
city standard, and if you'll note where those locations are now, we restrict those from coming into the front setback. So one option would not be to come closer to Old Liberty Road, for instance, for the westernmost lot. We would not permit that, so it's got to be, our only stipulation really would be that it be outside of that front setback.
But the easternmost lot, they could just come right off the back of the existing parking, or what he shows on his plat.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'll inquire. Councilmember Moffitt made it clear, very understandably so, and very considerate of not wanting to support the project. I'll just ask the applicant, Mr. Vestal, you said you didn't have firm plans. Does it hurt you, and I'm not trying to get you to give a specific number or your motivation, does it hurt you to wait to get a continuance to the next meeting so you can put down on a site plan exactly what you propose to do, so everybody knows what we're talking about and staff knows what they're looking for, and so you don't have to come back in here once you get through the next meeting? Does that cause a hardship for you?
It does not.
Trevor's got a sketch of where they can go and be with each unit and be out of the front yard setback. As a suggestion, not a location specific, but.
And that's where you see, if the council is agreeable, if the applicant would like to have the opportunity, try not to pressure applicants to agree to something right here on the fly. If you've got time and would be amenable to looking at it and coming back with a site plan where you've had a chance to look at the full situation, take into account that suggestion, and then come back, that would be one option if you would like to ask for a continuance to review it after you've heard everything that's been said.
No need for a continuance on my end. I know where the parking could go based on the ordinance, so we're fine accepting that condition.
All right.
Okay. All right, anyone else in the audience who I have not heard from tonight about this request? I will move to the deliberative phase, and I will ask the council for their thoughts on this request.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve based on the consistency statement of the planning board and the applicant's testimony that conditions A through G, with the addition of condition H that we have enumerated here, that we approve the rezoning request as consistent.
Holly, you good with that? You got what you need there, okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Bell. Discussion.
If it's all right, Mr. Mayor, we're going to infer that that condition also includes permission for the revised site plan to be submitted, and so long as staff determines that it's in compliance with the zoning ordinance, that's not deemed a modification, it's not have to come back.
Code, then the numbers are.
Thank
I
you.
have a motion and a second. No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Nuttall, you're still up.
Yes, sir. Item 8B is, we're asking for two reappointment considerations here this evening. One, the first is Vice Chair Pamela Van Cannon to another 5-year term as a city representative on the City Planning Board. We'd ask for her reappointment.
Can we do them both?
The second one requires the county to make the appointment.
Oh, okay. May I have a motion to approve the reappointment of Pamela Van Cannon to another 5-year term of office from the Asheboro Planning Board?
Mayor, I'll make that motion to appoint Pamela Van Cannon to a new 5-year term of office on the Asheboro Planning Board and thank her for her continued service.
Have a mouthful. Have a motion from Ms. Heath. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Swears. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is a request for council to authorize us to forward a request to the Board of County Commissioners for the reappointment of Thomas Rush, who serves as an extraterritorial representative, one of two ETJ representatives on that same board.
And he's finishing up a 5-year term.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a motion to approve the reappointment? Ask the council to reappoint Thomas Rush to the Asheboro Planning Board.
Mayor, I move we approve the request that the County Board of Commissioners appoint Mr. Rush as the ETJ representative.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, 9A, Mr. Sugg, you have a request for action on the Zoo City Social District?
Yes, sir. And this is a follow-up from your last regular meeting where the request was made to expand the social district to include Hoover Hatchet House, which would mean moving across to the east, across Fayetteville Street. With your permission, I'll start out first with a couple of procedural issues. What's coming to you tonight are options A, B, C, and D. Staff is not making a recommendation on any of that. We're just providing options that seem to be responsive to the feedback the council members were kind enough to give us at the last meeting, and ask for you to refine how you'd like for us to go from here. Also, there have been, to my knowledge, no real complaints about the way the social district functions. It's simply focused on the issue of should the district expand, and that's all we're addressing tonight. This will need to have 2 votes, so I will ask at the end of this for a vote to be taken directing staff and how you'd like for us to proceed. If these options are amenable to you, pick one, please. If not, we can make up something different, completely different, based on your direction. The reason we need to have a vote tonight is the goal is to try to have in place by March 14th, which is a Thursday, the expanded district, if that's what you decide to do. One option, in addition to the 4 that are here, is you do nothing, and the district goes on exactly as it is. But if we do that, we need to have 2 votes, because if you violate, if a citizen or any individual violates the social district regulations, that is punishable as a misdemeanor. To be punishable as a misdemeanor, the council has to have 2 readings of it. So therefore, the first reading will count as tonight if there is a vote on the particular question at issue. So we will have that issue come up. And Trevor is going to be kind enough to help me as far as putting it on the screen so that there's a digital version of it that you can see, but you also have in front of you the hard copy, which is exactly the same. So option A starts with precisely what the request was from the last council meeting. That was to expand to where the Hoover Hatchet House in that building would be within the social district. And I will say, just as a framework, and please feel free to interrupt me at any point with any questions, that we try to look to where there are crosswalks for people to safely get across the street. We try to look at a staff level of where can we put up signs in the public right-of-way to give people fair notice of when they're about to hit the boundary for the social district, and therefore don't inadvertently violate the law by going beyond the social district. And also part of that is try to pay attention to aesthetics so we don't start putting signage in places that we detract from the downtown. So with that said, you'll see that option A, the bluish tint, I apologize, I have a little bit of color blindness I have to fight, so I think it's blue. The bluish tint is the existing social district. The yellowish tint is where we're proposing as an option to expand. So with the Hatchet House, there's a crosswalk where at Fayetteville and on the north side of Worth Street that can be used to come across the street. The same thing when you go back to the south where Sunset intersects with Fayetteville. So that would take in the building, and that's option A, to extend across there for that limited distance. That'd get the Hatchet House, but it's going no further. The other thing that motivated the additional options is there were comments made about the council doesn't like to see this being piecemealed and would like to try to cover as much as you can at one time so that there's a little bit of time in between when the issue comes up. With that in mind, if you would turn, and Trevor, if you wouldn't mind, to option B. Option B includes the exact same area for the building where the Hatchet House is, but it goes further down Worth Street and it comes further south along Fayetteville Street down to Scarborough in order to get the entirety of the property. And that's driven by, you recently dealt with the rezoning. And with that rezoning, it's a reasonable anticipation. I have no inside information based purely off of public action. It's reasonable to assume there may be development where it would be attractive to have the social district there. So one other option for you to consider is expanding the district where it comes down Fayetteville Street to south to Scarborough. On Worth Street, there's an event center on the north side of Worth. It basically goes to where the sidewalk is at Lawyers Row. There's a crosswalk that comes across Worth Street, so that's basically where we're at. But then also, taking into account that most recent rezoning, it goes on down as far as drawing the district to touch that property where the former drive-through used to be, and going roughly to where the property line is for the Register of Deeds office. That way, the social district does not become contiguous with, as far as going along Worth Street with the courthouse. It stops basically on the north side of Worth where the sidewalk is, the crosswalk is, and the sidewalk for Lawyers Row comes across and comes down to right where you get to the Register of Deeds office. That would then be eligible, because the district works, as you recall, the property either has to be in the district or contiguous to it. So if someone's in an establishment, even if the establishment itself is not in the district, if it's contiguous where you walk out the door and immediately walk into it, you're eligible to have the open container so long as it's in the properly approved cup that fits for the Zoo City Social District. So that is that option.
So
Yes.
the north side ends at Lawyers Row walkway.
That is correct.
But on the south side, it extends to the property line between the register and recent rezoning.
That is correct. Option, just simply because I don't want to belabor point, we'll go back to anything you want to, but into option C, that keeps in play everything that has just been discussed, plus going with the idea of extending on down, not stopping at Scarborough, but extending on down Fayetteville Street, and you'll see it takes sort of a diagonal approach. It's matching up with the crosswalk where Fayetteville, on the south side, Fayetteville intersects with Academy, and that crosswalk that is there. That brings all of that into the social district. Then finally, option D. All of that we just discussed is included, but I'd ask you to look to the west because that's extending from Sunset westward down Sunset Avenue to basically where Hamilton's is at. And let me be clear, Hamilton's did not ask us to do that, but recognizing they're there, they're a permittee. So it goes to Hamilton's and it basically uses the driveway at the Masonic Lodge as where the boundary could be put there to stop how far west you go on Sunset Avenue. So option D is the most expansive and covers that. And fully recognize, y'all may have something completely different in mind, but those are the four options that at the staff level we thought we would offer to you. I'll be happy to try to elaborate if I can help.
D looks like it encompasses all we know and anticipate at this time.
That was the goal.
Yeah, as I said last meeting, that it's stressful whichever way you vote on it, because you're gonna hear from the opposite side, and my request then was to get as much as you can, let's vote on that, and we'll live with it.
Yes, sir.
So
And we
D.
appreciate the guidance, and we've tried to listen.
And I don't know, Chief, maybe you can address this. I would think, from an enforcement perspective, well, this side of the street is in, this side of the street is not. So as it relates to specifically to Fayetteville Street, that may be a simpler way indeed to go all the way down to the edge of where it currently is on the west side of Fayetteville Street.
That's correct. And early on, we always talked about, let's make it simple for everybody to understand, and then simple for the police to know where the boundaries are. So that would keep up with that.
Can I ask the chief, just to get this on the record, we've had this about 2 years now, the social district. Are you aware of any problems since the district has been in existence?
No, sir, none. And, we have, the downtown zone is worked by a patrol officer, but there's been no issues that we could say come from the social district, or from allowing someone to walk with a cup.
Alcohol, yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
And just connected to this, just one thing I want to bring up is just that we're all aware of just the safety of crossing Fayetteville Street. Just the safety of crossing Fayetteville Street, and as we have these businesses develop that we're anticipating, we're gonna have to consider that, some more serious crosswalks or something. That's my only concern about including Fayetteville Street, is just crossing it.
And then to follow along with that, there's not two crosswalks at the Sunset Fayetteville intersection, because what would be the north crosswalk when you cross to the Hubert Hatch, it's like 2.5 foot grades. So that's why, when the city attorney worked on it, that's why it had to go to that one crosswalk. So you're right, it's not the best instruction out there.
It's just something we're gonna have to look at.
Any other questions? Thanks for your work on that, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I move we approve the first reading of the expansion of Zoo City Social District using option D.
Option D.
D as in dog.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr.
No sooner
Bell. By Mr. Bell to approve the first reading of, including option D. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Moffett. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And one dissenting vote?
Now, Mr. Sugg, does it take 2 readings?
Yes, it does, so
So that'll be on the March 8th.
March 7.
March 7th.
March 7, I will draft an ordinance in this full formal status, and it will work in the option D, and we'll also have a resolution updating the management and maintenance plan to reflect that map.
Yeah, simple majority will pass that, correct?
That is correct.
And our effective date
Will be March 14th.
a week later, Thursday, March 14th.
Right. We're going to use, city staff will use the time in between now and then, since we've gotten this guidance, to be getting signage and things like that ready.
All right, 9B, Downtown Asheboro Incorporated, Executive Director Eddie Corder will discuss Zoo City Street Festival.
This meeting's been very oddly specific to me tonight. I grew up on Old Liberty Road, and my parents have a pack of community cats in the backyard. So, should tell them to tune in. It was, this is good.
Get them all corralled up.
They just stay in the woods.
Sterilizing them.
Stress the dogs out. You know how it goes,
Yeah,
Clark.
yeah, I'm well aware.
So, well, it's a pleasure to be with you guys tonight. Today I am coming to request a street closure for a special event downtown in partnership with the North Carolina Zoo. Downtown Asheboro Incorporated and the North Carolina Zoo have been working towards a collaborative partnership for the past few years, and in light of the zoo turning 50 this year, we thought it would be a great opportunity to celebrate that partnership and all that the zoo has done over the past 50 years. Merchants have shared that events such as Christmas Downtown or the streeteries we did, which was street dining during COVID, bringing dining outside, were not only good for business, but they were enjoyable community events as well. So based off of that feedback from merchants, and with me meeting with the zoo, we have dreamed up this outdoor event around Earth Day, which is a Zoo City streetery outside on April 20th, which is the Saturday before Earth Day. And so the idea is celebrating all that the zoo's done and bringing all the great things we've got downtown outside for the evening. The zoo recommended a evening streetery, so it would be a street closure. We're requesting Sunset Avenue from Fayetteville Street to Church Street, as well as North Street, from 5 to 8 p.m. And the zoo recommended an evening streetery because as they are closing, they can recommend some of their visitors extend their stay and come and check out our wonderful downtown for some Earth Day zoo-related events. So this would be a bit of a hybrid of what we would see at a streetery or Christmas downtown. Some of the restaurants would be able to put some tables out for outdoor dining, roll up their garage doors if they have them. Some of the stores would potentially anchor some activities or pop-ups in their stores. And then DAI and the zoo would work on bringing in some different vendors to make it an enriching activity. The zoo has said if the animals are up for it, they may bring some animal ambassadors downtown. We may have some of their activities that they have on their campus downtown. And then DAI would work to also place some activities in Bicentennial Park and potentially the farmers market, depending on availability and logistics. But making this a downtown district event, but keeping the street closures to Sunset and North Street is the request.
I know that we've had this issue before as it relates to the social district. And so if we close the street, we'd have to deal with whether or not the social district would be open for this event, I guess. I take it you would, I don't know.
The merchants have requested that the social district stay open.
Okay.
So part of the reason our street closure request ends at Church is so that everything that would take place occurs within the social district footprint.
Just wanted to clarify that request.
And if you will, just as a procedural matter, ever how you vote on that request, if you don't mind phrasing it as instructing city staff to prepare a special event closure order, and in that way, it can be put on the consent agenda, because this is April you're talking about, so it can be put on the consent agenda for the March meeting, just to lay all that out and to specify the social district is remaining open. It's not affected by that.
And would that be the entire social district or the district they're closing down?
And that's where we would, most likely, we will do whatever the council instructs us to do, which is because the ordinance already says whenever there is a special event, that the special event closure order dictates how the social district is interpreted. Unless we get direction otherwise, my anticipation would be that the special event closure order would just simply say that the social district's not impacted and allow all other merchants who happen to be within the social district to still participate, but we just have to be careful and make sure there's clear articulation of what goes on. Sort of like the issue that comes up with where servers are allowed to go if they're serving, because if you go out into the social district, makes it clear they're only allowed to serve on their permitted premises. It doesn't put them in the clear for going beyond their permitted premises to serve. So those are things we need to make sure we address, not because it stops it from happening, just to make sure no one, like the chief very correctly put it, we don't want anyone inadvertently getting a violation because of confusion about that point.
I would think anything less than the entire district being open for this nature of event would be confusing.
That would be hard.
Yeah.
Correct.
When you conduct street or event,
Gotta have the whole thing open.
just restaurants that serve food or bars too?
So the bars have shared interest in setting out some tables so that people could take their social district cups and sit out if they wanted to. Leo's Whiskey Bar was one that said they would be interested in putting out a few tables. Same with Bicentennial Park. If some of the businesses on the farther portion down, Rusty Rooster, AmVets, Four Saints, the pharmacy, if they wanted somewhere that people could set up and enjoy a drink outside, tables in Bicentennial Park would allow that. So,
And your request will not include Pebble Street.
no, we do not want to close due to traffic and the time frame of the event.
Questions?
Jeff, just one procedural question, because I'm on the DAI board. Do I need to recuse myself from this, or?
It's my opinion that this is not a request that is directly you're not entering into a contract to benefit DAI. This is a request where DAI is advocating on behalf of the downtown area. So
Got
as
it.
long as
Just
it's
wanted to be
not
sure.
city funds or city benefit flowing directly to DAI,
Got it.
you're fine.
Okay.
I will also add, I've coordinated with Jimmy and the facilities team and asked if we could potentially have the artwork that we are borrowing from the zoo, the sculptural art, if we could have that installed by this event. And Jimmy said that willing no emergencies, that would be something that could happen. So that will be something wrapped into this part of the event, is bringing that art downtown.
Jimmy would never tell you no. But I can tell you what, he is up to his eyeballs right now.
That's why he said no emergencies pending. So.
Jerry means Mr. Ogburn puts on top of this list.
Yeah. Well, I make no demands.
All right.
Mayor,
You stay right there while we vote. I got another question for you.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I move we direct city staff to prepare a street closure ordinance or resolution for our consideration in our next meeting, which would encompass the request of DAI on behalf of the zoo, which would also include the issues relative to the social district.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was there any discussion? I'm sorry. All opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Did you find a link to that article that listed us as the fifth best retirement destination?
I have not found that specific link.
John, you have it.
John
Did you read it?
Yeah, get down at the end, I'll mention.
All right. Okay, it was good news. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Nuttall, you want to talk to us about removal of an underground storage tank?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This will conclude the downtown discussion items. We did want to brief the council. We now possess from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality a permit for the existing 20,000-gallon underground fuel tank sitting on the historic mill property, of course, the former Acme property behind the City Hall. That permit for that underground tank is valid through the end of the year. As we have gone through that process, it has sparked some discussions internally about the merits of moving forward with removal of that tank at this time. And the staff has concluded that it is in the public's interest to have that tank removed now. So in your packet, we do have a proposal from D.H. Griffin Wrecking Company that I'll call your attention to, particularly option B within that proposal. That is a specific option that identifies several specific tasks that would be included with those services, including, importantly, backfilling and compacting the area of that tank, removal. The estimated cost for that and the related work is $64,025. I'll be happy to answer any questions about that at this time. I do want to point out the funding for closing or the closure of this tank is coming from a state infrastructure grant related to that property. We've already received those funds, so no local funds would be required to complete this work.
And that's the 64,000?
That would cover, yes, that would cover this, the funds are available to cover that activity.
And it says, they're gonna obtain the no further action from, DEQ, if I'm reading
That's correct.
letter 5 down here, so okay, 'cause-
Yes.
and we've got no business engaging in option A.
Right.
And risking that impeding further plans, that's.
Right. Where's
For
that
this
located? Where's that
application,
located,
as opposed
roughly?
to.
Right.
It's located on this side of the building, generally in the proximity to the smokestack.
For marketing purposes, B is your only good option.
And we're moving rapidly to a series of decisions where the developer we've been working with will have to buy the property from DAI or we'll have to drop back and punt and go to a different.
Yeah, I think there's some decision points approaching the city. That is part of what will be covered at the workshop that's anticipated for later this month. Mr. Ogburn is going to talk about that.
Well, let's give you a clean sheet of paper, that's becoming non-issue, so.
Okay, any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I move we approve the proposal of option B to abate the tank in the ground.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Burks. Discussion?
I just have, how long has that fuel been in the ground?
What was the
It was
question?
left over? It's been left over from
Yeah.
McCreary?
I mean, that's our understanding, is that you get
Right.
a mixture of water and
Well, I'm sure.
whatever
I'm
was,
sure
yeah, whatever was remaining in that.
Right,
in that
I just,
tank.
was
Yeah.
not, I mean, I just looked, 9,500 gallons of fuel been sitting out there all these years, and lucky hadn't had a problem yet.
What are we firing the boiler with right now? Because we're running the boiler during the coldest weather to keep the building from freezing.
That is a Mr. Cagle question.
I would assume that's.
It's engine. I'm pretty sure it's natural gas.
I know what you're not using.
The fuel and water mix.
You'd be amazed how many people in town know there's smoke
It's
coming out.
natural gas.
All right.
That's a
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Hutchins. Sorry to keep you out so late tonight.
Touch Hero keeps our water going.
For a little while longer, anyway. Go to my first slide here. Okay, in January, we had a bad cold spell. There's the dates right there, starting on the 19th. Starting that Friday, wasn't too bad Friday morning. Friday around lunch was fine. Friday afternoon, wind started blowing, cooler air with it. Started getting colder. We've got down that weekend, if you look at the map on these locations, the blue dots, from Friday night till Monday morning, we had 12 water main breaks at one at each one of these locations. Pretty much wasn't quarantined in one part of town. We spread out pretty good. Temperatures, best I can remember, 8 to 12 degrees, and then wind chills taking it on down to nothing. And we stayed pretty busy. Now, we got an on-call crew all the time, nights, weekends, holidays. So when you're the on-call crew and you see a weekend coming like this with these kind of temperatures, you know, everybody else is going, man, I'm glad I ain't on that crew. But I want to say this, the on-call crew we had at the time, they done a great job. But what made me happier was there came a point not long into this, we knew we were going to have more help in. So when we started calling to put a couple more crews together, because at a point, we gotta make sure they get some sleep. Everybody's gotta, and working in temperatures like that, it wears you out faster. We had those guys calling us. Hey, I know what's going on. It's cold here too. Do I need to come on in? We had a foreman call, hey, you want y'all to go ahead and start calling? I'm on my way, get me a crew together. So we had 3 crews handle this, a couple of supervisors helping out where needed. Public services, on the street side, they stepped up. They had to salt all these places, because you seen the salt and sand everywhere, because everything was freezing. Not only that, they run a salt truck for them. They help clean up for them some, drive trucks, haul stone, whatever. But these guys stayed after it, and they stayed cold, but they got it done. And the conditions they were working in were extreme, but now, at the same time, they do look after each other. I was just tickled to death. This is the first time I'd ever seen people calling. We didn't have to go find them or beg them to come. They called us and said, hey, we're coming in. We know what you got. But.
And David, how many of those sites were repeat offenders?
Well, we had 3 water main breaks on Main Street, not at the exact same location, but I went there Monday morning and got to checking into that, because I've worked on, that part of Main Street, dental academies like this, steep hills, big dips.
Older pipe.
Yeah.
Cox Street's a big offender
My-
of older pipe.
My 30-some years experience told me there's air trapped in there somewhere. And sometimes it'd get caught in a tug of war, because some of these guys, this particular crew, they were afraid to open up a hydrant too much, because, it's ice in the road. Which I told them, if we get in that case, sometimes we may have to shut down a section of road to get one. But I don't think they were pulling hard enough to get the air pulled up to the highest point, and the air got trapped in one of those low places. So I got there the next day. We shut a section of road for a little bit till the temperatures warmed up, but we pulled the water out, and then there was trapped air in that line. So therefore, we got it cleared up Monday morning finally. But they stayed with it. I hand it to them. Those guys did a great job, and we've got a lot of new guys. We've got a couple guys that just started, I'd say about 3 weeks ago, and one of them, you'd think he'd done this all his life. So it's good. Go to the next one there, yeah. That's a heater up top in that picture. We've got 2 of those. They're gas. We'll take those out on a cold job. I only got 2 of them. So if we got 3 or 4 crews out there, I'm sorry. But they'll warm an area up. They're infrared. They'll warm an area up. Like they can go out. We've done it like when it snowed. We'd set one of those up, lay a tarp down on it, and put the tools on it so they won't freeze to your hands and all. And it's a good place for them to go warm their hands or stand in front of it for a few minutes so they don't freeze to death. But those come in handy. The guys use them, and they're good about sharing them, because, if they're finishing up a job and somebody's on another and needs one, they'll load it up and haul it to them. The vac trucks, we love our vac trucks.
That's
We need
a
our
game
vac
changer.
trucks. If you notice them around town potholing, digging out stuff, we do it with our vac trucks. When we get tired of waiting 2 or 3 hours on a locate company to come out and locate a gas line or something so we can get started, we get our vac truck out and start digging. Can't do much of that during the day, because the vac trucks have to do their PM maintenance, because we're required to by the state, but nights and weekends, we'll get a vac truck, we'll dig a hole, we'll fix the leak. If that's what we gotta do.
That's an incredible game changer.
Yes,
Pumping, digging, hunting, and wishing.
And once you cut through the asphalt, you got a pressure washer built in, you just turn the hose on it and vac it out.
And protect all the other utilities.
This particular leak was along Pepper Ridge. You notice the jackhammer, mini excavator. That's because that pipe's sitting straight on rock. They can't get a clamp on it. So, thank y'all for the equipment. Debbie, John, Council, thank y'all for the equipment. We didn't have that when I was doing this. When I was doing this, I'd be standing that mess with a 95-pound jackhammer and hoping water didn't get in my boots. But
in the first splash, that water's about 45 degrees and it seems warm.
Yeah.
Until it gets your sock wet.
Exactly. But now that line's off. Pepper Ridge got a lot of hills, so that's just drained back after the water's cut off. But in all honesty, I've always preferred keeping a little positive pressure on the line. That way, if ever something's coming out, nothing's getting in. But, and two, in cases like that, we have had to go and dig back just to find more rock. So if they can bust it there, and which they did, they busted the rock down enough they were able to get a repair clamp on it. All these lines, all 12 of them were 6-inch mains. All 12 of them were broke straight around and fixed with repair clamps. And those repair clamps cost us about $2,400.
And they're strong, and that just moves the weak point down to the next place or the next cold spot.
Yeah, there's repair clamps out there that I put on years ago, so. And I've seen very few in all my time here that bolts went bad and we had to change them. But all in all, it was a rough weekend, but these guys held together and got it done.
Are those 50 hours, is that crew hours?
That's total hours. That's total hours from start to, the whole, as a department as a whole, spent on these waterways.
Okay, but you had multiple men.
Yeah, and you're talking, basically 3 days, 50 hours nonstop that they were working on leaks.
It's calendar hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was
Because
mentioning.
I didn't wanna-
That's kind of misleading because it took a lot of people to address that issue.
Yeah, I mean, altogether, we probably had, counting the supervisors, not counting me, I was in and out or by phone, but supervisors there, and then the, 3 crews, that'd have been probably about 15, 16 guys.
Yeah, that's.
And that's not including what little, they got 2 or 3 help from, public services. Cause I say that too, the departments do work good together.
Jeff was on one job like 14 hours himself.
Yes.
Where your sister lives job.
That one, but I was thinking about the armory down there on South Fayetteville. That ditch, it split right, and they had to dig and dig and dig, and that ditch ended up being 57 feet long.
Well, don't worry, I hold the record for that one. I dug one up Parkview one time. I chased it 467 feet.
We're still feeling it in.
You have one on Reading Road.
Yes, that's
You had
about
one
it.
on Reading that was not on there that burst at the top of the hill. It ran under the pavement, washed out two sinkholes, so they ended up digging 3 holes on Reading Road.
Yeah, we had to dig that out because it
Yep,
got under.
and patching 3 places for that one leak.
Mm-hmm.
I got pictures, and I can tell you, I wanted to be sure that the public understands. When they get up in the morning in weather like that, and they flush their commode or they jump in the shower to go to work, that somebody with the city of Asheboro has probably been out in a 10, 12, 14-foot deep hole most of the night, up to their elbows and their knees in cold water, fixing it. And I saw guys that would take off their sweatshirts and had bare arms putting that collar on.
I always advise them to do that because like when I done it, if you jump in there with your jacket or coat or long sleeves and you get wet, and like whoever put that one on, you're gonna get wet. Well, you're gonna be wet the rest of the day or till you get back and change. It's nice. I would always take my coat off, roll my sleeves up. Might be cold right at the moment, but I had something dry to put back on when I was done.
And
I still keep 3 changes of clothes in my truck.
And sometimes it just takes a long time to find the leak. And that's what happened down on South Fayetteville. It was coming up here and they dug and they dug and they dug.
They found that other pipe.
And they found that cross pipe that turned out was
go
not
nowhere.
connected to anything on either end.
Yeah, because I went down there and they asked me what I knew about it. I said, never seen it before. Unless it's connected to that bridge, it's not connected to our water.
So where was Wood?
Huh?
Where was Steve Woods?
Oh, he left.
But, the guys, I was out on 4, maybe 5 job sites. Not that I can help, but I like to see what they're doing and understand how they fix these things and how they find them. And I can tell you the guys don't quit. They stay with it, and no matter how cold and how wet, and they get it fixed. And they get it covered up, and most of the citizens have no idea what has been going on.
And in that same weekend, now we did have a couple of sewer calls too we had to address. But now, after we got through that weekend, and after Monday, things leveled out, and then the next weekend, I went to after the next weekend after that, I went to the investigator that was on call and asked him, how was this weekend? I didn't get no calls. Nobody called me and told me you was having trouble. He said, I just had a couple of sewers. He said, one call about a water leak, but it was on the property owner. I just cut their meter off. He said, man, we're good. He said, we'll all probably eat lunch at regular time today. I said, good to know.
Well, you tell your guys, thank you on behalf of the citizens and the council.
And the mayor, to remind the council, we have about 400 miles of pipe underground.
So a lot of it is really old.
So if you, just start out there on the front steps of City Hall and go 400 miles, it's Wilmington, Delaware, is 400 miles from here, so. Or you can go to Wilmington, North Carolina, turn around and come back, that's 400 miles too.
Thank you, sir. Any
Thank you.
questions of David?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No question. Y'all have
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garner, believe you're up.
Which one?
Oh, that's right, Eddie Garner and Chuck Garner, y'all brothers. One of you's gonna take offense to that, but I'm not gonna pick the one.
A Garner's a Garner, hey, the way I look at it. But good evening, y'all, Dave, the mayor, and,
Call me David.
Mr. Ogden, and city council. Appreciate all what you guys do for us, and, we got a great departments here in City Hall, and with David's, just a good crew to work with, so. As expected, I'm here to do the building inspection report, and we had a very successful year, busy year, but it was very successful. The number of permits issued and inspections were up. And I think there's some awareness out in the city now for the importance of applying for building permits. And saying that, it shows that everybody's interested in doing what's needed. And all measures suggest that the city's interest in promoting building and public safety through administration of state building codes is being achieved, thanks to the staff that we brought on board, brought an extra one on board. But and the department will have to confront with some pressures in the coming years due to a couple of reasons, but one being the growth, and then North Carolina Department of Insurance has went forward with some programs to get, applies to residential inspections. They want us to get all the inspections within 2 business days of when they call in. We need to get it within the 2 business days, and that's only for residential because they noticed all the growth everywhere in the state, and the downtime is hurting the builders, and need to keep moving forward, which has never been a problem with us. We're pretty much same day in most cases. Just like today, they called from Duke Energy and we went out, and we pretty much try to work with everybody as fast and as efficient as we can. So, like I said, we've done a great job meeting that standard as far as the 2 business days. But growth is coming. That's on everybody's agenda, and we need to start maybe looking forward to growing our department. Put that on the burner, so to speak, to start thinking about it, which pretty much consistent with all the departments in here in the city. I'm sure we're all going to have to grow eventually to accommodate the growth that's coming in. Likely, I think Trevor, we've done approved like 1,500 homes that's been approved, not started yet, but everything's been approved for like 1,500 homes, dwelling units. Construction on about 100 of these should be coming up pretty soon within this year, of course. Everything's done in phases, never done overnight. People asked us, y'all getting 1,500 homes? Yes, but over 5 or 10 years plan, not tomorrow, that's right. And it would be prudent to prepare soon for the city's pending growth. Preparation could include everything from utilizing remote inspections, which we started. We do some remote inspection, from providing alternate inspection methods and bringing on additional qualified personnel at the appropriate time when this does start beginning. I say get back on the remote inspections. We usually don't do any first-time inspections. If we turn something down, we go back and then we can do some remote just to keep from going back out. They can shoot us a video of it and speed things up for them and us, get us over to the next job. So the following report provides a breakdown of the permits issued and revenue collected for the construction of all types. I think that's a pretty good breakdown right there. It shows 1,500 total permits that we've issued 2023. And of course, there's a revenue to the left of that for a big increase in commercial. That contributed most of our earnings for the permits. It was increased like 9% from 2022, so that's total building evaluations. And the valuation report kind of touched base on that a little bit. The valuation is just what the contractor or the homeowner puts at their value for the construction. Say, somebody building a duplex, they put $80,000 each unit. We don't take in consideration, although there are methods that we can start using for that if needed. A lot of people use an ICC rated construction cost for each occupancy, whatever it is, a business or assembly or single family resident. And a lot of it right now, I think, is running like $169 a square foot. That's probably under what some charge, and maybe right in the ballpark. I'd like for us to maybe addressing that at a later date, not tonight, of course, but all we got to go by, our permit fees are based on what they tell us the cost of construction is. Now, the tax value of this is nowhere near what we've got listed. If you go to Randolph County and look at the tax value of it, it's probably not close, because sometimes we don't get an accurate. Well, just for example, I got a house the other day and it was $30,000 for a new single-family house. I know everybody in here would want him to build us a house.
I don't know.
Well,
you're right.
You got a point there. So, but what I'm gathering at, we do have methods to we'd have to change the way we charge our fees and stuff, but it's something that we probably really need to start looking at.
Does the building permit valuation seem like it didn't used to include the other permitted trades?
It does not, that's right.
So these numbers you hear don't include plumbing, electrical,
That is correct,
so
yep.
it's a little skewed, but not 30,000.
That is correct, yep. Yeah, that's, and a lot of times with the value now, Mr. Trogdon knows the cost of everything has tripled, since 2019 or something, so I understand the need for getting the right valuation. At least try to be consistent with what the county comes out and does. So, and then much of the increase on our permits or construction was some in our income, our fees that we collected come from big commercial jobs like Cone Health, Randolph County Farm, Food and Family, and then the Duke Energy operation. Those fees fell in on this year, so they're just now coming out of the ground basically on those. So that's where a lot of our revenue come from this year. So, but as far as the department, can't say enough about the staff. They hit the ground running. Nathan, he's on his adventure of getting level 2 trades certification. So he's achieved all of his level ones and getting ready to start round 2 with his level 2s. So, and he's doing a great job at that. And we got Cantley, she came on board last year. Permit tech, very, very professional, handles the intake and gets it out very fast and efficient. And that's something that we shoot for. We don't want it staying on our desk long. We want to get it up and get it out. So, but overall, very, very successful year. Looking forward to, for next year, it's going to be a little different with the growth, but I think we can handle it, so.
If you look at the number of calls you actually do, I mean, some of them I'm sure are multi inspections per visit, but
Yep.
that's a big number for the two of y'all.
Yeah, it is. It's, I mean, it's.
200 work days or whatever.
Yeah, it's, and that goes along with doing
The
videos, calling. I mean, people call us. We're not like any inspection department in the state, I promise you. You won't get this.
I'll promise you that.
Yeah.
I promise, yeah.
We take care of we take care of our contractors, our homeowners. We spend a lot of time with homeowners, just out helping them go progress, because we get a lot of homeowners that are building their own homes, and that takes time, but, it still just amazes me that we can still go out and do same-day
Y'all been a
inspections.
great asset to my maintenance people.
Yeah.
On things.
Eddie, I'll tell you, you do a great job on your department, but there's very few days that go by when I don't have somebody say how easy you guys are to work with,
Yeah.
and how much they enjoy. We actually had a case, 3 or 4 years ago where somebody called and wanted to be annexed, and I said, why? And he said, 'cause I'd rather deal with your building department than the county building.
Well, I'll tell you from practical experience, we are very lucky. And he does a great job running it. And I will tell you, if somebody whose company's built all over the state, it makes a difference when you figure a job. If you know somebody's gonna help you and make an effort, there's some places, their goal is to see how long they can hold you up. 6 weeks to get a permit, 8 weeks to get a permit. And now I'm talking about stuff that's legit, that's not stuff that needs to be revised. Yeah, oh yeah.
It is.
And I'm not gonna start naming them, and some of the ridiculous things they come up with. And when we're talking about all this developing and everything, it can only be in our favor to be out known in the public that we try to help. We're not trying to hinder, and that we'll respond. And that, like I said, I know you get a lot more questions that because, you go somewhere else and ask some of the questions, they say, you need to talk to the architect, talk to the engineer. That's not my job, And I know you're not gonna make those decisions, but you do make an effort to help, and it makes it, and like I said, we can call, we can talk, and I've been up several times. And I'm not saying this because we have anything to be inspected in the near future, okay? So, I'm not sucking up. I'm just clear that, but I mean, I'm just saying that I, for one, as a contractor, appreciate what you've been doing.
I appreciate that, and I think you've known us long enough now. We're consistent with everybody. We're not, even with the mayor's, he could probably comment on that. We may tell you things sometimes you don't wanna hear, but hey, we try to meet the intent of the code.
Well, and I think
and
that's
be
our
public
consistent.
safety.
And be consistent.
I told you when I came here, we don't always, we like to think we do it right. If we don't, just tell us, we'll fix it.
If I know it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
But
Thank you
my,
very much.
my job's easier when you guys are helping us give us direction. Trevor, Chuck, he's out looking. We just got a great department.
We do.
And I'm proud to be
We're
here.
fortunate.
Yep. I'm the lucky
Appreciate
one,
you.
so.
All right, Mr. Garner, number 2 here,
C. Garner.
or number 1, depending on which side you're coming from.
Most of his structures fail inspection.
That was a part of the problem. So, Mr. Mayor, council, Mr. Ogburn, thank you very much for letting me come and do this. The work recently, in the recent months, has been public. I'm gonna get through this. Here we go. It has been quite public, but there's a lot behind the scenes that people don't see. And I'm not gonna keep us here to have to order breakfast, so I'll get through this.
Thank you very much.
I'll get through this as quick as I can. formal investigations initiated this year since we did this in last February, it was 198. 173 notices of violations issued. Now, largely, that had nothing to do with any of the encampment activities that have taken place. That's just the run-of-the-mill stuff. Dilapidated structures removed this year was 16. That's a big number. It's bigger than it normally is. The first of those that was removed in May of this year was actually basically an encampment. There were 6 structures on one property, a house, 2 mobile homes, and 3 buildings, and 30 people there living. None of them actually belonged there. So actually this started sooner than we started getting together on a monthly basis and talking about it. But that's one of the reasons the number's high. Another property had 3 structures on it. Another property had 4 structures on it. And so it's a little bit misleading in that. We just didn't go out tearing down houses all over the place. These homes were damaged beyond repair because of the squatters that had been in them. And the first one that I mentioned that had 6, it's the worst property. I've seen some bad stuff, I'm sure you can imagine. That's the worst property I've ever been on in my life, and it was destroying the neighborhood that it was in. So getting rid of it was probably the best thing we've done in that part of town in a while. Now, moving on to the encampments that have been retired, this number is not accurate because as of yesterday, that number is now 18. And that has been spread out over a period of months. This is an example of a house. I'm kind of jumping around, but I'm forgetting to use my pictures here. This is just one of the homes that we removed. Here's an encampment. This is one of the reasons that when I first came before you 5 or 6 months ago, I asked if it would be agreeable to use city services or contractors to clean these camps up because of the biohazards that exist in them. Here's why. And a cat, of course.
Yeah, cat.
I have a
See a tab on its ear? Is that a breeder?
Yeah.
Or a pet?
But more to the point, you see why I asked that question. Here's another example, and that's just present throughout all of the camps, 100% of them that have been removed. Now, there's a lot of paperwork that goes into getting these camps taken out. There's a lot of consensual paperwork.
Oh, yeah, there you.
Consensual.
It's like playing Where's Waldo?
Yeah. Well, this has a happy ending, and I'll get to that in just a second. But while the paperwork is taking place, and while either a contractor is being lined up or city services, and we've used both throughout this, but in the background, this is what people don't see. And this is where I carry Angie Polito into the camp, our community navigator, just trying to get people to accept the services that are available to them. A remarkably low number of people would accept the services. Angie and I have been in every camp, all of these, throughout the city. And the number of people that we've been able to get, that she's been able to get signed up is frustratingly low. I'll say that. Now, I'm gonna back up one. There's the camp. There's Angie in the camp. There's the camp today.
Wow.
That's what I mean when I say retire a camp. And
Hard to believe.
the logs and debris are put back in place after it's cleaned up, and so that it's not inviting to camp again. That was actually pretty deep on the property.
What have you done about the dogs?
The dogs are gone. They're gone. They were gone the day that we talked about them. The next day they were gone.
There was a homeless camp where they chained up 3 ferocious pit bulls around the guy's tent, so nobody could get near it to take the tent down.
Right. Yeah. I got within 10 feet of them, and then I thought,
Life's too short.
Yeah, not today. But no, he listened to reason, and they're gone. So And I actually talked to several people, Ms. Heath and I talked about that. There was a lot of interest in those dogs because of their proximity to the YMCA especially. So, but this is a retired camp. This is another camp being retired with city staff, and I can't say enough about the guys at Public Works. When I call on them, we work it out. We retire the camp. This is what it looks like retired. I'm sorry I don't have a picture of it before because you couldn't really see it from the street. And that's the point of this picture, is it's opened up to the street. And opened up and not private. Another example of a retired camp. And they're either deep in the woods, in which case we pile trees, stumps, whatever we can in the area, or they're semi-public and we just continue to open it up to the public, so it's not a hiding place, basically. So anyway, that's my year. It has been the busiest year I've had since I've been in this job, but it's been a good year. Low number of people taking services, but I still stand by the fact that this approach is fair and firm.
Do you feel like they're moving on, you're not seeing the same people?
No, there's a few that are the same, but by and large, one number I left out, when we started this, the police kind of had a sort of a census of approximately 150 people, and we're in the 30 to 35, 40 people. Now, that's going to be really dialed in. The point in time count just finished, and we'll know a little more then, but we're in that 30 to 35.
Well, I imagine they've got a network too, so, you know.
Yeah.
As we're noted as a place that it'll get hauled off quick.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
found their warehouse this week.
Yeah, we did. We did. Storage lot. Yeah.
Well, and Chuck, just to address what you were saying about it's been more public this year, the work that you're doing, I think that's been incredibly valuable to educate the public about that and the efforts that we're making, so.
Well, the thing for me, and I've had the opportunity to speak to a lot of groups, this has been a hot topic, and I've spoken in several different places, and it's the backstory, the what's going on in the background, because what people see is they ride by one day and they know there's a camp here or there or whatever, then they go by the next day and there's a bulldozer going through there. But what they don't know is that the 2 months prior to that bulldozer going in there, I was there every day. And while I was getting the logistics worked out, I still spent time going in and talking to the people, encouraging them, you know, this is not a sustainable lifestyle. I'm going to bring Angie. We're going to get you signed up for some things. Practically nobody would take it, but it's one of those, you got to do it, you know. So I felt like I had to do it.
Yeah, I still have people comment to me about the presentation that you made at the Chamber of Commerce retreat. I still have people, I didn't know, so thank you.
Yeah, well, that's been the important thing for me, is to get the word out of what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So, any questions? Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have, let's take a question from the audience.
I want to make a comment. Again, California, coming from washes and tent cities where it wasn't safe to walk, what you are doing is amazing, and it's so hard. And coming from a place where it's so rampant, and it's so difficult, and it's so hard to grasp everything that's going on if you're an average citizen. You just don't understand what you're going through and what Angie, as a community navigator, that team, you guys are fantastic. It is not easy, and I want to tell you, you're doing an amazing job.
Oh, thank you for saying
Even if you don't hear it from any others other than here, it's really, it's difficult. It's an amazing task, and it's filled with love and empathy and heartache. So I don't know if, obviously, take advantage of, you know, that too, because you're gonna need it on that level. It's tough.
Yeah, it is tough.
Heartbreaking thing.
The first thing I do when I went into a camp anywhere is, here's how it ends. You know, I mean, yes, just to be honest. Here's how it's gonna end. Now, how we get there, that's up to you. You can work with me, we can get some things going, or here's how it's gonna end. you know, so that's the firm part, but, that and the bulldozer.
Had a death in a camp recently, just last week with a OD.
Yeah.
But I believe it was an OD.
It was,
not?
yeah.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
All right, well,
Oh, okay.
thank you.
Well, thank you guys
do a
very
great
much.
job.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman, 13A, you're gonna,
I've got A, B, and C.
do what?
I've got A, B, and C, but I'll start with A.
Start with A. I was gonna introduce A, but go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. In your packets, you should find an ordinance to amend the Cultural and Recreation Services Policy Manual to include the facility use agreement that was approved at your January meeting between the Randolph-Asheboro YMCA and the City of Asheboro as it pertains to the Zoo City Sportsplex. As instructed at that meeting, the city attorney has incorporated that facility use agreement into the manual. It is under Article 19, which is the Zoo City Sportsplex, Section 6, which is the partner organization section, and it is now subsection F. When applying the regulations, if there's any conflict between any of the text in Article 19 and that facility use agreement referenced in 19.6F, the incorporated facility use agreement will be the controlling text. And then also as part of being part of the manual now, the agreement is now subject to amendment by the council in the same manner as any other regulation is found in the manual. Have any questions on that? If not, I ask for your approval.
Before you vote,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, you go right ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, since Mr. Swears actually serves on the Board of.
Need a motion to recuse Mr. Swears from the discussion of item 13A.
Mayor, I move we allow, Mr. Swear's recusal in this particular item. 13.
I have a motion to recuse Mr. Swears from 13A. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You're recused for this one
Thank you.
discussion. Now, we had this report with a recommendation for approval of the amendment to the policy manual for recreational services. May I have a motion to approve that?
So moved.
I'm sorry.
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Trogdon makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Burks. All in favor, say, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Welcome back.
Item 13B is status report on the leasing process of Zookeeper Baseball LLC.
Yes, sir. Next, I am reporting on the status of the leasing process. The required legal notice announcing the council's future action on a proposed McCurry Park lease has been given. That legal notice was published in the Courier Tribune on January 30th. There's no action being taken tonight. Your action meeting will actually be the regular March council meeting. As you will recall from your January meeting, in your packets in January, we did provide you with a copy of the old lease, just for background. And I also promised you at that meeting that you would be provided a copy of the proposed new lease so that you would have time to look it over and ask staff any questions or make any comments you might have before that action meeting. So in your packet, you should find the copy of that proposed lease.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Sherman regarding the McCurry Park lease to Zookeeper Baseball?
I got one question. I haven't had a chance to look at this. I just saw it tonight for the first time. But it says in there something like $1,000 a year for rent. Is that a typo, or is that just something occupying the space until we decide what we're going?
No, sir. That is a carryover from the previous one. That's what it was.
To the old ballpark before all the renovations were done?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So are we intended, is our intent to do that with this new lease?
Apparently so.
I'm not,
Yeah.
there again.
I didn't write it. I didn't have anything, really to do with it, I'm just presenting it, but that's what it would appear to me, yes, sir. It's
$1,000 for the
Same thing,
entire
we've
year.
done improvements to the ballpark, yes.
Okay. But we need to get in the weeds on this, because there's some additional cost, I mean, depending on who's gonna pay for what, as far as usage and all
You
that
are
other
correct.
stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I think the mayor had advised me that possibly there would be a spring baseball tournament, maybe small colleges would do that. Would we be charging them for something like that too, if somebody wanted to?
Currently, right now, there is no policy in place for the city to charge a fee at McCrary Park.
Okay.
It's always been leased or subleased. It's been used by Asheboro High School, the Legion, and what was the Copperheads, now the Zookeepers. As you read through that, you'll see there is a small clause that calls ancillary events to the Zookeepers, which I'm assuming that's what these things would fall under. I don't want to assume, just reading what I've read, that's what it appears to me. So to answer your question, no, the city wouldn't get anything from running that tournament.
I was just thinking maybe that's a way to make some revenue here.
It could be,
Look at.
and we get calls all the time at the Recreation Department about renting, the possibility of renting McCrary Park.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Mhm. Yeah, there's travel tournaments, showcase tournaments, college teams that want to play in the spring, they come down from the north, just to get games in.
Now, is this contract just for the Zookeepers when their games are used, when they're using it for their games? Or this, you said sublet, are you saying the entire thing, they're gonna get the whole thing the whole year?
No, they don't get the whole thing the whole year. It's I believe it reads anything, any collegiate baseball game or ancillary event of the Copperheads. So
Is that defined?
It goes back to what you define
Okay,
as an ancillary event for the Copperheads, or what they can define.
okay,
And then the city would have to approve that,
okay, I'm just
yeah.
trying to get,
But like you said, there's a lot of things that need to be dug through.
okay, well, I just glanced through
Yes.
it, I don't.
Yeah, and we just provided it tonight.
Right.
That's why, so that you would have the month before March to dive into it and come back with any.
And if you're,
How much more work we got to do out there to have that thing finished for the summer?
Well,
We've gotten a lot done this week, because it quit raining.
Yeah.
They're working right now to get the gate, the fencing and the gate around secure, because right now we've got everybody and everybody's brother out there playing on the field. Girls softball, bicycles, everybody, and it's not secure, so we're working hard
Can
to
we not
get
put up
that
some
done.
temporary fencing until we're done? Keep that, can we not put up some temporary fencing until it's done?
There's so much construction coming and going that they never really thought about it or never planned on that.
Okay. I just-
But we put up 3 columns this week, for the rest of the brick fencing. And they were finishing up the 3rd column this afternoon about 4:00, 4:30. So they should be ready to start putting their wrought iron gating in there and their fence, the gates and their fencing. So we should be real close to getting it secure. They understand, the Jimmy's crowd is looking after all that, and he understands that security is becoming a problem.
And I assume we got budgeted for the parking lot, we've got money already budgeted for the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and everything, so really,
And
we
the
should,
lighting.
so when they finish up, that should be it, there shouldn't be more additional cost.
They,
We're done.
and they did get the playground equipment is installed
Right,
last week, and the surface, the rubber surface under the playground equipment was installed yesterday and the day before.
okay.
And today, they're not quite done, they're still working on it.
Oh, still working on it, okay.
My question was basically though, we're done, as far as money wise, we're done. But it's, all the money we need has already been appropriated in the budget, and so last thing- we ought to be able to establish the final Last cost. thing is the beer garden.
Well,
We're building a beer garden?
one more building to build.
It's up to the council. Okay.
And
Well,
we'll,
didn't they build
Technically,
the
there's a
last
possibility,
beer
too.
garden?
There's a maintenance building too.
Yeah.
There's a maintenance building as well.
Those things are not.
There's a maintenance building as well. There's actually 2
yeah.
buildings
Those
left.
are not
They're
incorporated
not
in the budget.
Okay.
No.
Those things aren't in the budget, so
No.
that'll be a change order,
we're
comes
gonna
back
talk
to
about
the council.
that at the,
That's pretty excellent.
retreat. the planning retreat on the 23rd.
And John, I'm assuming that we've got a good handle on maintenance expenses out there?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any such similar agreement for Legion ball or high school ball or Legion tournament, any such thing?
No, sir.
No.
Nope.
I mean, is it fair enough, but is there any reason to or not to? I mean, we just,
There's
it's just
never-
considered a public league, so
Well, I'll
to
try
speak.
to answer as far as the post-45 American Legion. The Kiwanis Club has been traditionally the biggest sponsor in our youth sports program. They sponsored everything coming and going. They paid a considerable amount for the playground. And we've never done a lease with the post-45 American Legion team or the Kiwanis Club who sponsors that, because they always contributed and they spent their money in town for charitable and nonprofit organizations. Never dawned on anybody to have a lease with them.
Well, they're technically a nonprofit, right? They're a nonprofit.
They're a nonprofit.
And the school is, for all intents and purposes, a nonprofit. But we're
Yeah.
talking about making an
Something
agreement with
like
a
that, some
for-profit entity. And that for-profit entity, I mean, that's why we need to get in the weeds on what's going on, because it's just a different agreement than what a nonprofit is.
The lease for the Copperheads is the only lease we have out there with anybody.
Okay.
And they, to my knowledge, they don't sublease at all. They sponsor certain events, but I don't think they've ever subleased anything. They actually do have 5 college games scheduled here, coming up in June, or maybe June. Two teams out of West Virginia. Help me out, John. Where are they?
2 out of Maryland and 1 out of Pennsylvania, I think.
Yeah, something like that. And talking to Ronnie, he's made inroads with a lot of the D1 schools up north who can't play right now because of weather. And they book their schedules 2 years in advance, and he's working with them to schedule games for next year here, to get away from the cold and the snow and the ice and come south for a few games.
Do you see that being in their lease? Them handling it and everything?
We probably ought to look at that.
I mean, because we've got costs associated, that's why I brought up 1,000. We've got lights, we got water, we clean up after them and everything like
Yeah,
that.
if there's some out of state school coming down here, they ought to pay to play, something.
Well, I'm saying, it's not
Right.
I mean, we can't sit there and justify spending all that money if we don't get enough money back to cover that and cover maintenance going forward. I mean, I don't see how we can do that. You know, and that's why I said we need to, you know, look at this a little closer and find out, because this is different than what was before. And using the old contract is useless. That's out the window, you know, so we've got a brand-new sparkling thing over there, and we need to take care of it. We need to maximize, at least we in the positive. We can't go in the hole.
Yeah.
Renting it. I mean, that's, you know, that runs us all out of town.
Are we anticipating any other donations coming in?
Working on it.
For Ferry Park?
Yeah. What started the lease was, we had to actually lease it, help me out, John. We had to lease it from the McCrary's.
We did.
To lease it to the Copperheads when Pat Brown started the team.
Yes, he started the team, yep.
The
Finger Lake
Copperheads were
Sports.
sold to the Pugh family. Then we reworked the lease so there could be alcohol sales. That's what started us down this.
First thing that happened when I became mayor, Bill Reagan showed up over here and said, the stockholders of Acme want to maximize their investments, and they said, we're gonna have to lease you McCrary Field for more than you've been paying.
We're paying $10 a year.
A dollar a
dollar.
year, $10 a year, or something like that, forever. Forever, and maintaining it and using it for American Legion and Copperhead and high school baseball. And the first number he asked for was $3,500 a month.
Right.
And we weren't doing any programs over there. I mean, the city had no programs over there. And they wanted $3,500 a month, I believe is the number that he asked for, and we got that down to like 2,200.
It was 1,500 for a long time.
15, okay. So we negotiated it down to 1,500 a month.
With that we would get it,
And
that we would get the park too, though.
And he kept saying, well, you know, it'll be yours sooner or later, but right now, our stockholders want all the money they can get out of it. So, we started paying, and we paid for 8 or 10 years?
Several years.
Several years. And then when MAS bought their manufacturing assets and they gave us the gym, we got the ballpark. And if I remember correctly, Bill tried to not do that, didn't he?
Well, somebody had a little powwow with him and to change gears.
They didn't really remember that was supposed to come to us too.
Yeah, well, I knew that was, for years ago, that was the original plan.
That, it was in the incorporation agreements from when it was built. That it was built with
The same thing to Jim.
wartime pre-tax profits. People that contributed to the war effort, made money doing it, pre-tax profits from the war effort were allowed to be spent on employee benefits. And that's how the Burr Mill Country Club was built by Burlington Industries, who ended up being donated to Guilford County. That's a county park now. But it was spelled out in the original agreement that the gym and the ballpark would end up being passed to a nonprofit, preferably the city of Asheboro.
And I appreciate the background on that. All I'm saying is, that applied then. Now that we've put $10 million over there, whatever it's gonna end up running, $7 million in taxpayer dollars, I'm sure the taxpayers wanna maximize it, just like the board of directors in
Well,
McCrary.
David Catlett gave us $1 million. Hughes gave us $1 million. Another benefactor in town gave us $250,000 directly for.
And the taxpayers gave $7 million.
And, yep.
And I'll leave it there, because we're gonna discuss it later. I didn't mean to go that far down the road, but I just.
We've got a lot of discussion to do
That's
on
why
the
we put it out,
23rd.
to get it on the table.
On the 23rd, and we will probably have to adjust this lease. And just so everybody knows, some of the council, I was able to catch some of the council coming in tonight. Asheboro High School baseball team will not be practicing at McCrary Park this year. They will be practicing, doing all of their practice, going forward at Kiwanis Park. And that is designed to prolong the life of the new turf. That the turf people told us the worst thing for turf in general is practice. You play a lot of games, but practice is the worst thing in the world for turf. So taking them with their advice and in talking to various other people and whatnot, we kind of just decided that it would be better for everybody to practice at Kiwanis Park, and we will maintain Kiwanis Park just like we always have for the girls softball field and McCrary Park, and they just show up, they practice, and we've never charged the high school anything to play over there. No power bill, not field prep or cleanup or anything.
Well, there again, I consider them a nonprofit per se. And
Well, that, and also back in the day, that we had a joint use type agreement. We didn't have a gymnasium, we didn't have a football field, we swapped services.
We were getting as much service from them or cooperative use from them as they were getting from us. Now, it's changed because our rec center, we're not using their gyms. They use our baseball, our tennis court,
Golf course, tennis
our
court.
golf course.
And we're still giving them water, if I understand
And
that correctly.
water for all their schools.
Free. Okay. I just want to clarify, I'd heard that, I didn't.
Yeah,
That's the last one. There's no more.
that is the only people that get free water anymore.
Does the Y get it? Does the YMCA get it?
No.
Okay.
That's a trade-off. Our employees can use the splash pad, so we supplement.
Well, the
Right.
splash pads,
We
your city
supplement
rec
their
card
water
can
bill.
get for the splash pad only, that 3-month period. We did that because our master plan for Parks and Rec called for a splash pad, well, there's no need to have one
But we
in a
didn't-
town this size, 2 of them.
We didn't need to build a splash pad, so our employees' families can use the splash pad out there, and we contributed the water for
But
the
it's
splash
got a
pad.
different, it's
during the
a little
season.
different.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to sidetrack that
We
into
measured
that, I
that
just was,
different.
I was just, when we were talking about the
Yes.
trade-offs and everything.
We're off all their, you bring up the point, we're off all their facilities.
That's a lot of money.
We have to, the whole reexamination with the school system is gonna have to be
Okay.
redone.
It would seem to me, based on everything that's been spoken here, obviously definition of what is a zookeeper activity, what isn't. If these, out-of-town collegers want to come here, we want to welcome them, but want to know what circumstance is, who's brokering it, what fee, what not fee, who schedules it, ultimately, your department schedules it. So along those lines and maintaining a calendar, I don't know what it would be appropriate to consider. It may be opening up a can of worms you don't want to open up per se, but to consider some sort of a memorandum of understanding at a minimum with the Legion Post and with Kiwanis about concessions. I mean, just to have some memorialization of what's going on, because eventually some other entity may inquire, want about a use or this or that, and if we want to
We oughta-
have
we oughta-
obligation and priority, we ought to maybe have something wrote
We
down
ought to
about it.
establish a rental policy for people that would call and want to rent it for a local tournament. Our big difficulty is between the high school playing their home games, the Legion playing their home games, and the Copperhead or the Zookeeper playing their home games.
And
There's
then-
not any open nights
And
from.
then the regional tournament.
In the World
Oh,
Series.
and the regional, Southeast Regional Tournament that takes place for a week at the end of the season. They're playing out there just about, and that's another reason that we ended up turfing the field, is we couldn't keep any grass growing out there with 3 teams calling it home field and playing just about every night, starting middle of
February 1st and November 1st, it was something.
until
November 1st.
middle August.
Which is
Right,
why I
so-
think you need MOU for these organizations and these events.
Then you have fall ball, which is, and American Legion doesn't just have the one senior legion, they got 2 junior legion teams.
That's correct.
So there's 3 teams playing there, the Zookeepers and the high school, so that's 5 teams that play out
We
there.
have a JV,
home games
too,
out there.
JV and varsity, so.
Yeah.
But there's a window, spring window, when it's mainly the high school team, 2 or 3 months there, right? So,
Starts
like the Legion
February
and
1st and
Copperheads don't,
goes till the end of May, depending on their playoff situation. Legion usually starts about May 24th, 25th, 26th, and then they may play their first week with half their high school players, because some of their high schools are still involved in tournament play. So, but it's from middle of February till middle of August, just about every single night.
Yeah, there'll be more games than there are at Yankee Stadium.
But that what drove me to the question about the usage and what, because ultimately it's our field, but if you're gonna rent it, I mean, that's if the agreement is to rent it to somebody else, then we got no say.
And that's what I was, and I know we haven't gotten into it, but that's why I said we need to do it, because I don't see us seating.
I don't
seating-
think the Copperheads rent it when these teams come from out of town to play here.
But we have a cost associated with that.
Maybe.
I mean, we have to clean it up, we've got to do everything else, the paper projects, the power and all that stuff.
Fix the mound, and we pick up the trash, and we have the power bill.
But we need something to cover those costs, that's all I'm saying, that's something we need to consider. Now, I'm not, we don't, we can move on, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
That's why
This discussion needs to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got time
All we
to,
did was take where it said Copperheads changed to Asheboro Zookeepers.
and so we've got time to work that out, study it, and make whatever changes that council decides are necessary.
If you want to direct staff at some point down the road, I'm not advocating for it now, but Mr. Sermon alluded to it. Just about every other venue or facility that the city administers through the Cultural and Rec Services, whether it be the Sunset Theater, the Farmers Market, the Sportsplex, now, there is an article within the Cultural and Rec Policy Manual that outlines how those venues are to be handled, including making special arrangements, such as what you did with the Y, to go through, and that's a way for the council to give its policy guidance to the staff for how much discretion you want staff exercising and where you want to set hard lines, wherever those lines may fall. So that is a way to standardize that approach and handle that venue situation.
I'd like to see that.
We need something then to echo, Joey, we had something that was functional over there that we had dang near nothing in, and you had a little upkeep to it. Now you got a multi-million-dollar facility that's essentially brand new, and, it needs some processes and some regulations and, to know what we are doing, what we aren't doing. It's an entirely different game.
The old
I don't know
contract-
what the
old
answers
contract
to
does
these
not
things
apply.
are, but just, I'll go use the field. We, you can borrow my old Ford pickup truck, but no, you're not taking my wife's new car.
All right,
But we appreciate the comments, that's why we.
so we've got some work to do there, and the tennis center, give us an update on that.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Tennis Center, you may have driven by, noticed all the Leland cypress are gone.
Yeah, what happened?
If you haven't seen it, I'm sure you probably got a phone call about it.
Oh, yes.
There was originally 42 of those trees planted. They got way bigger than I ever thought they would, but anyways, about 2 years ago, a couple of them started falling. 3 weeks ago, the fourth one fell through, rode through the fence, landed on court number 4. We noticed 3 or 4 more were leaning, root balls were sort of puffed up out of the ground. Jimmy called a couple of arborists, they came in and looked. There were 4 more getting ready to fall, 2 were diseased, 2 more were in the process of dying, so the decision was made just to prevent any further damage to the tennis courts, take them out. We will be replacing them with smaller plantings, just to break up the look of a fence, monotonous of a fence. And then windscreen will go back on, windscreen isn't really for wind, it's a little deceiving. It's more so that you can see the ball. When you got tennis courts stacked three deep, you lose the ball if you look through a fence. So the windscreen serves as a backdrop, but that'll be going on to replace the Lelands. So now you know if somebody calls.
And so you're probably not gonna replace it with anything that's gonna grow high
No, sir.
and shield that fence.
No, sir.
You're just gonna put a.
My goal is nothing higher than me,
Yeah.
6 feet. So,
Well, I'm sure our lighting is more sophisticated than it was when it was first
Absolutely.
Well,
put in
actually,
terms of
that's about
directional.
what
well, the bulbs have reached their lifespan. The lighting's fine, but the bulbs need to be replaced.
Metal halide lights, and every time you turn them on, they lose intensity.
Yep.
And they're down, I think Jimmy figured they're down to about 35–40%.
Yeah, 40%, I think.
And they cost $1 jillion to operate.
They are very expensive, yes.
But, so we're just putting new bulbs in, we're not gonna put new fixtures up there.
Right.
But, and he's got the bulbs, right? I think.
He's in the process of getting them. I don't know if he actually has them yet, but he is in the process.
But, yeah, it's, you go
Because
out there, you
at
wonder,
40%, it's become a safety hazard.
you go out there.
With balls flying around.
At night, you wonder if the lights are even on.
Yeah.
Do you, like Randolph Electric, have any programs to change those things out to LED? Any subsidy?
It would
or
be
financial
Duke
things
there.
to spread that cost over to reduce power
But
consumption?
if it was closer to Randolph Electric Service, if it was closer to the service.
Well,
Yeah, Duke's got a program, a lot of car
there's
dealers.
a grand difference between those two power companies.
We'll reach out to.
Grand.
I'll ask Duke Power if they got any way to help us.
We'll.
I mean, it's just a thought.
Yeah.
I mean, because
Mayor
there's
and
all
I have
sorts of
a contact
relamping
that
things
do-
for mill buildings and all that stuff.
Can you give me 30 seconds? Sure. While the basketball courts were taken off in North Asheboro, I was told, I was asked about that.
Why, the
Basketball courts were closed at North Asheboro.
well, there was one basketball court.
Well, I didn't know. They
Yeah,
should-
one well, originally, historically, there were 4 tennis courts there.
Yeah,
Then we reduced it down to a basketball court, 3 tennis courts.
okay.
The surface got in such disrepair, it needed to be repaved.
Okay.
So the fence came down, it got repaved. We just not, with the McCrary and the Zuplex, we just not had time to get the fence back up.
We're going back up.
It will be back up, there will be a basketball court, there'll be 2 pickleball courts and 2 tennis courts.
Okay,
Yep.
and the basketball.
Yes, and the
That's
basketball.
all I need.
Every day somebody says, why don't you convert those tennis courts in North Asheboro to pickleball?
Well, I was asked, what, the kids want to play basketball up there, why have you taken the course down? I thought it might be the same kind of reasons we took them down Memorial. I
The goals are still up.
Yeah,
There's just no lining on the, but you can go out there and shoot anytime. Yep.
A court with goals on each end or one goal on one?
What's that now? The basketball?
Goals
Half
or one
court.
goal?
There's 2 goals. You can play full court.
All right, full court.
Yeah.
I can't, but they can.
All right. Jody, make you wait all night, haven't we?
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening, folks. As we are approaching hour number 4 of this meeting, I will dazzle you with some statistics to keep you awake. I know that will help. In case you did not know, or you may already be aware, 60% of boys and 65% of girls in the United States do not participate in youth sports of any kind. Now, that is alarming in and of itself, but if you look a little deeper into those numbers, you will find that in homes where the median income is roughly $100,000 a year, that number is pretty consistent there. Roughly 39% of those children participate in youth sports in some way. If you look in the other direction, however, you will find that $25,000 a year median income homes, only a quarter of those children play sports in some form or fashion. And this is any sport, not the big 3, basketball, baseball, football, but any sport, tennis, golf, whatever the case may be.
Bet they got an iPad.
I bet they do too. You're probably right. They probably play virtual golf or something, most likely. Now, we found in our research here that multiple recreation departments throughout North Carolina, county departments, city departments, many different examples of these, use some sort of financial aid or scholarship program to kind of combat these issues. And you see here the different departments that we polled for this information. Now, the proposal that I make to you tonight is that we establish a youth athletics scholarship program here within the city. Now, this will apply to any child under the 18 or younger that are eligible for this program. Now, the recipient of the scholarship must be an Asheboro city resident. The recipient must be eligible for Medicaid and must be currently receiving those benefits to qualify for this scholarship. The reason we chose Medicaid, Medicaid is an annual application process based on the research that we have done. So folks who receive those benefits must re-up to continue to receive those benefits annually. and it will prevent staff from needing to dig into personal tax returns or financial information, things that we don't really need to be bothering with here. This process, we will, please, yes, sir.
Present their card.
Present their valid card, fill out a little form, and we would,
We're good to go.
they would be eligible for the scholarship. If they qualify, the scholarship is going to be half off the registration fee, which for a city resident currently is $30. Now, this would not apply to any of our programs where we charge $15 or less, and nor would it apply to a late fee should someone sign up late. You guys have any questions about this in any way?
And we've come across this, Mayor, most of you know, there's enough in our student population in the city school system, there's enough children that qualified for free or reduced lunch that the whole system could choose to be free or reduced lunch. So we're kind of building on that. We've seen with what happened with the youth football when the cost was substantially reduced. We had so much more people out for youth football and for cheerleading. And we kind of want to, we think we can drive back baseball and basketball with that kind of a tendency
And
too.
what we have found, those numbers that are, again, are national numbers as far as children that participate. I would go so far as to say we are far below those numbers here locally. I don't think we approach 40% of our population participating in our programs.
I know the YMCA has a similar scholarship program and finds it to be very beneficial to a lot of their children and their youth participation.
Right.
Yeah, we kind of copied that idea.
I think it's a great idea.
We just need consensus. We need specifically vote.
Need a motion for that, since we're talking about.
Mayor, I move we adopt a scholarship program as outlined in the presentation.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell to adopt the scholarship program outlined here. This request, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Swears is the second. Discussion?
Let me just say that I work with low-income children for 30-some years, and children who are in bad home situations. Any kind of structure you can provide for them
Yes.
is worth it to the community, I guarantee you that. So,
Yeah.
Yes.
We tend to run into young adults late in life who, late in their youth years that have not been structured. You just have a run-in with them.
Yes, you can generally tell the parent
Right.
who did not have some sort of structure this way. Yes.
Okay. Other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Mr. Nuttall, you got a couple more items. 15A, relocation of North Carolina 159, and request adoption of municipal declaration pertaining to the repeal and enactment of certain speed limits.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, NCDOT has asked the city to consider adoption of two ordinances. They're in your packets, related to the speed limits on what we know to be Zoo Parkway, otherwise North Carolina Highway 159. One of those ordinances is a repeal, and the other is an enactment of speed limits. And what's noteworthy about this request is that it's due to the state's intention, or the apparent intention, to relocate North Carolina, that 159 designation from Zoo Parkway to the Zoo Connector. So I've included what they've shared with us in your packets, and apparently this has been something that has been talked about for a little bit of time that's just now getting to our level to be shared with you all. But this is something that could have some real ramifications as it relates to our ability to pursue transportation funding for Zoo Parkway. So as we've looked at this, instead of adopting those, what normally are pretty routine ordinances, we're recommending that you continue that item to allow us to further have conversations with the state, make sure we understand exactly what this realignment is proposing, and to give the council an opportunity to make any comments related to your position on what could be a loss of a North Carolina route on a pretty important roadway here in the city. And it does, in our view, potentially impact future funding through the state's prioritization process, and as well as maintenance dollars. So we'd ask you to continue this discussion. We can present some more information, potentially some sort of a position for the council to adopt next month.
I'll entertain a motion to continue this to the next council meeting.
Mayor, I'll move we approve to continue this discussion to the next council meeting, as outlined.
Motion by Mr. Do I have a second?
Second.
Where was that?
Second.
Joey. Mr. Chargin is the second. Discussion.
Yeah, I want to also clarify, just for everybody's looking at this map right here, because the terms can be a little confusing when you first take a first blush at it. There is no new road. Relocation is simply relabeling. Right. Is what they're describing. And the purple A is what would then be known as 159. And then the red line, what we know is Zoo Parkway is also, that is the current NC 159. And then it also goes on down to the roundabout to Zoo and continues on its normal path. So it's very significant to note that when we deal, and Trevor didn't receive any notification, and I didn't receive any notification through the RPO about this.
Michael didn't receive any notification.
And there's a very significant difference in funding pot for an SR number and a numbered highway, and an NC number.
And is that that is the purple A there, and then the road it identifies as the Zoo connector.
What they need to do is,
Am I right on that? That's the current Zoo connector.
yeah, and what I suspect that they're working towards, and both can be accomplished. Right now, the A is a ramp, which means it has limited access, just like the interstate and just like the bypass. If they ever wanted to allow any access to that road, which we all know that some parties on the road have been actively pursuing that, it's got to unbecome a ramp. Right. Through that. But what we want, as Trevor will talk with them, is we want to keep 159, and the A needs to be 159A. They have a mechanism to do this without us losing all those miles of numbered highway, because they're fixing to let a contractor redo Salisbury Street out here with substantial reconstruction of it. And if it's SR number, you would not be getting that. The NC 42 is what's getting it, not Salisbury Street. So it's a
So by taking 159 away from it, sound like they're trying to screw us.
Well, they're not anticipating our traffic needs for all the development going on along that way, and we want to be in the numbered highway route plot.
All right.
So that'll show back up next month. Real quickly, we do appreciate the relationship we do have with the district office. This is just an informational item.
Trevor,
Yes,
I apologize.
yes,
They didn't actually vote.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
didn't take a vote, we just had discussion.
We need to get the vote.
We didn't vote.
You had a motion and a second, but you didn't have a vote.
Okay, well, we had a motion and a second.
And discussion.
All in favor, say aye. Continuation of this item.
Yeah.
Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. The next item is transportation related. We do want to share some information that the district office has forwarded to us. In this case, they are asking us for some feedback on potential pedestrian improvements. I've given you kind of an abbreviated list of what they've provided to us, but essentially they are looking at various intersection improvements. That could include anything from the addition of crosswalks to new pedestrian signals. There's even some sidewalk extensions that the state is considering for pedestrian safety. Our understanding of this is that it would be funded by federal funding and an appropriation that went to the state. So we're not expecting to have to cost share on this, which is good news. What they've asked from us is to look at that list of intersections that they have provided to us and identify if there are any other intersections that we would like them to also include in their evaluations. There is a pretty tight window to get some feedback to them in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But they've offered to include those in their review. So you all have the list. If you all have any suggestions, please let me know. We'll be looking at it also and giving them feedback on this priority list.
What is LPI?
LPI is essentially a pedestrian signal that allows the pedestrian to start to cross the roadway before the signal turns green and letting the cars go. So it's a pedestrian walker, do you know? It's leading pedestrian interval. It's a pedestrian-oriented improvement. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Lost pedestrian.
We've had, it's very obvious that we're getting 20 or so, maybe 30 curb cuts installed now all up and down this side of town. Who's paying for that, and how do we get those?
Those particular improvements are being done by the state as a part of its accessibility modifications, I believe. We do provide lists to them every so often for improvements for accessibility. All of those improvements, I believe they're doing kind of at their own recognition.
We're sure getting a bunch of them.
Yep.
And this includes sidewalk extensions too.
It could, yes, short
That's
segments.
what we need. We
yeah.
got several places in these.
Absolutely. I think the intent would be to close, if we have a gap of 75 feet.
Dixie Drive, we got a sidewalk, nothing, a sidewalk, and
Yeah, as long as they're under this particular funding source, if it's at or near an intersection and there's a gap that needs to be closed to provide continuity to that intersection, this funding would do it. Those other gaps that you're describing are broader pedestrian improvements that we'll need to do.
kind of crazy though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
John, item 17, Manager Ogburn will discuss plans to engage with
The attorney's gotta go bow hunting,
16.
cats and deer.
I missed 16.
We alternate with Clark.
Okay, we're gonna discuss the urban archery. Go ahead.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I take my cue to try to be brief.
My permission gives you authority to do it quickly.
I will certainly do my best. The procedural aspect on this, once again, I'll start off with is, there is no staff recommendation, but time does play a factor in this. If the city wants to participate in the urban archery season, notification has to be sent to the Wildlife Resources Commission by April 1. If the city council wants to adopt and participate in that program, here again, an option is not to participate at all, and what I'm offering to you is just a discussion point. You can do more, you can do less. I'll be happy to draft it how the council directs me to draft it. But as a starting point on the discussion, anything where someone violates it, you want that to be a misdemeanor offense. So we're back to needing to adopt it twice. And I have a very specific question I would like for you if you're interested in moving forward. One motion is you don't want me to move forward in drafting. The other motion is you clarify an issue, and I'll tell you that shortly on the issue I really need guidance in along with the others. With that said, let's start. You should have in your packets, all of you take home, this is just for the first reading if you want to move forward at all, is to explain how we're going to get there. The city does not stop the applicability of the hunting season within the city limits. What the city stops is its authority to say you can't discharge a firearm. Our ordinance also says you can't discharge a bow or any other similar type of device. So with that prohibition in place, it may be lawful hunting season, you can't hunt. So the way we would start at, if you're interested in doing that as a city, would be to create an exception to the prohibition of discharging the archery equipment. What's in before you first is, it's just for discussion, so it's not in the final ordinance form, because I'm waiting to get your guidance, is you'll see it's 130.01. That's the regulation of use of firearms or any device designed or used to project bullets, arrows, or other projectiles. When you go through that, there is a subsection C that deals specifically with arrows and things other than firearms. D lists exceptions. The new proposed subsection to that, D4, says that in addition to all the other exceptions, if you participate in the City of Asheboro Urban Archery Deer Hunting Program, you are allowed to do so, and that will not be a violation so long as you comply with the manual that's going to be created. And I will tell you, I'm recommending that if you decide to move forward, that a manual be used, because that will give the ability for the police department to administer aspects of the program and not have to amend the overall code of Asheboro all the time. It also, it follows the same path as we discussed earlier. The Cultural and Rec Services Policy Manual is incorporated by reference into the code, has the effect of law because you're passing it as an ordinance, but then changes can be made in the manual. For example, if they want to put in procedures for how you come in and apply for a permit, they can lay that out and easily put it in the manual without forcing a rewrite of the Code of Asheboro. That leads me to one of the points. In looking, I don't pretend that anything in here is some sort of magical answer. In looking at all the points, I tried to look at different municipalities and what they have done. Also tried to keep in mind, and you'll see references in the manual to this being an urban deer hunt. I tried to get away from the urban archery season, and my reason being, and you can feel free to tell me to take another approach, is it appears that the goal, when the council has discussed this before, is herd management. It's not just giving people the one season. Well, when you look at the schedule for 2024, the archery season for deer, where we're at, was September 9 through October 27, 2023. The urban deer season is January 13 through February 18, 2024, which is why we have to, if you want to be involved in the next one, you have to send them notice by April 1. If deer herd management is the issue, is just the reason I'm asking you, herd management is the issue, it seems that there is some logic to the idea that if you think it's safe to let someone hunt during a particular urban archery season, should the city not also consider allowing them to hunt during the standard archery season in the fall? So they could hunt in the fall, and then they would also could hunt, so long as they follow all the rules, for the urban archery season, which would be going into January and February. Dates are set by the Wildlife Resources Commission. The manual, as proposed, states firearms are prohibited. This does not change. You cannot hunt with a firearm. One of the issues that would have to be addressed is, do you want to allow individuals to, when I say archery, you noticed I used archery equipment. Do you want to prohibit, which many municipalities do you want to prohibit the use of crossbows as opposed to, for example, a compound bow? And right now, the way the manual reads, because there are provisions in here that say you can't discharge it within so many feet of a public right-of-way. You can't discharge arrows or bolts. Because I learned from the police chief and Colonel Brown and Major Hanson, bolts are fired by the crossbow. Arrows are from your bows. And the reason it came up on that, so I used both until we get guidance from the council. I spoke with Wildlife, they've been very kind and gracious to speak with me. Officer Johnson with the Wildlife Resources Commission in particular, the enforcement officer. He said there are arguments that go both directions. He said the pro for allowing the crossbow is that it's not unusual for people to have trouble with their accuracy getting used to using the compound bow. The crossbow tends to let them be a little more accurate. The other thing is you're getting a whole lot more velocity, particularly with the newer ones, with those crossbows, which leads to the downside. Before I get to the downside, Officer Johnson, and I've heard this from others, but he was kind enough to point me to think about it and ask you to, what your policy guidance is. Said you will have a problem if people's aim is off and they don't have the velocity right, they won't take down the deer. So you end up, if they hit the deer, they wound it, and the deer goes a long distance. There is no, and you end up with conflict. He said, because as we were talking about, there is no law that requires someone who didn't give you permission to be on their property. They're not required to let you come get a deer that you're trying to track who got wounded. The crossbow tends to be more effective at quickly taking them down. The downside, and Colonel Brown, if I'm remembering correctly, has seen this happen himself, particularly the newer ones, that bolt will go all the way through the deer and it won't be stopped there. So that's one of the issues that you can run into, and it's a policy decision to be weighed, pluses and minuses. I will say, in talking about safety, one of the rules that you will see that's in the manual is that you're required, if you're hunting during the urban deer hunt, you have to do that from an elevated platform at a minimum height of 10 feet, so as to make sure the trajectory is going down. The other rule that is in here right now is that you also, if you're using hunting land, you have a hunting area that's in the manual, potential manual, and it has to be a minimum of 3 acres. Some have 5. I just picked 3 because that seemed to be a popular one, but did put a provision in there that 3 acres, given the dense nature of the city, can be aggregated. So if you have 3 1-acre tracts and the owners all want to give you permission to use that as a hunting area and you get it up to 3 acres, that can be done. The other thing in the manual, and I'm jumping around some, but just to give the highlights, the other thing in the manual is you have to have in your possession, if it's not your own land, you got to have in your possession written documentation of permission to be on the land where you're hunting in the corporate limits. You also got to have your hunting license, and you've got to have a city license or permit to participate in the urban deer hunt. In order to get that city permit, you have to go to the police department and present information of your license, that you completed the safety course from Wildlife Resources, some other basic identifying information, but you also have to pass a proficiency test, which gives a minimum level of skill, that, at least to say that you can somewhat function with the archery equipment that you're going with. And the manual lays out the scoring, pulled that from another jurisdiction. It lays out the scoring to be done, and I believe the police department will probably use some of their qualified firearms instructors to conduct that. I think the advantage of applying to the police department for your permit is it gives them a chance to interact with you and make sure you understand what as a potential or prospective hunter, you understand what the rules are in the city to be able to do that. It's an annual thing. And then you get your proficiency test. It's not saying you're good, it's just saying at least there's a minimal level of ability to do what you're purporting to do. I'll be happy to go in. I'll also say, since we're talking about deer herd management, there is a requirement, we'd have to work through ways for it to be enforced, that you have to notify the police department records division within 72 hours after you take a deer, giving the date and gender, sex of what you killed. So they can have an attempt to get some records as what is happening with the herd. So those are the things. If you want to move forward at all, that's a fundamental question. If you do, if there is interest in moving forward, the count is the first vote. I was most definitely, anything else you want to give me guidance on for trying to put in a more final form, do you want to allow crossbows or not, as far as part of the?
How many cities have this sort of fun? How many cities do?
There's several listed. If there's a little variation in there, Sanford, Pittsburgh, to give you an example, they have them. Wake Forest, the town of Wake Forest, Shelby, Lenore. I understand that Durham
sort of requirements and
they're varied. That's why I sort of picked an average somewhere. Not definitely a lot of them don't go with having the proficiency test. a lot, there's several have a license, their own license, depends on how they want to go at it. And to just give you an example, I think Durham gets involved, but Durham's more of a unique situation because I think they have theirs in connection with Duke Forest. So I sort of put them in a separate category.
How controversial is the crossbow?
Crossbow seems to be a lot of towns ban that.
I think the velocity is the
That's
problem.
scary.
The velocity, I think, is a problem.
And the newer ones, they're getting more and more velocity
Right,
as they
right.
develop.
You might as well allow them firearms, I mean, in that respect. I mean,
I said, in our discussion, the bolt went right on through.
yeah.
I mean, I get the takedown and I get the accuracy, but that's but if you get to reading this thing, I mean, if they do comply with all the regulations, you know, between the property size and the direction and a lot of stuff, if followed, takes care of a lot of this, but boy, we in Randolph County.
April, is that the only time during the year that you can sign up, or can you sign up sometime in the fall?
They have to, what happens is, yes, you gotta meet the April 1 deadline.
And
The
if
reason,
we didn't do it, we'd have to wait till next April?
wait for the urban archery season.
Okay, gotcha.
That's it, because they have to put there's the digest that the Wildlife Resources Commission puts out, and they list every participant, so that all the hunters can know when they move into the next season, they list all the municipalities who've been given permission.
So we could wait till like June, July and pick it up for the October session?
But simply,
No, they only print it once a year.
they only do it once a year.
Okay, so they
It's
don't
like-
have a.
Exactly. What I'm reading now is for 23, is for the 22, 23, and then to get on, you'd have to do it later.
Okay.
Because we're in the archery season, urban archery right now. Won't happen again until you get to 2025. And that's why we have to go in by April 1. And you don't need final action tonight, but I would, if you're going to do that, I do need a first vote tonight, knowing that you could take all this with you, follow up with me, or whoever you wanted to, the chief, whoever, and the manager, whoever in staff, and have a final version to you at the March meeting.
If for some reason we chose not to do this, I mean, vote yes tonight, decide, it's not a good idea, then it can die a natural death.
It dies a natural death because that's one of the reasons I purposely, to make sure your options are complete, it's not even in the form that it will ultimately be in for an ordinance. Right now, it's the text, and the way the general statutes are written about your first vote, it says the date of introduction is the first time you vote on the subject matter. You're clearly voting on the subject matter, but you also are not voting on the final document.
Thought process, let's don't pass up our time window opportunity, but yet we've caused nothing.
Since I brought this up 10 or 12 years ago, I'd like.
There's no public hearing on this?
You can certainly have a public hearing, but it's just like any other police power. There's not a specific requirement to have it. Nothing wrong with it.
We've been dealing with this about 12 years.
I think that might be a good idea to give both sides, cause you're gonna see people out in the woods, we're gonna get all kind of calls, man, if you got somebody out there hunting, we probably don't know about this, man,
And also, it's one of the other reasons for liking to have the town permit. The police department does have interaction.
Every time we've entertained it, we've never had a soul come up here against it.
Oh, we did it before, I didn't know we did it before.
Yeah, I recall.
I introduced that 10 or 12 years ago, and we lost 4-3 on the council's
You
split
didn't
on
have-
that.
okay. We didn't have a public
But-
hearing on it, though.
Well,
Had a lady stopped me this week and said she had 20 deer come through her yard every night. What were we gonna do about it?
Exactly. I just get comments all the time from Dave's Mountain residents. Joey, I'm sure you do too. Yeah, it's
But
bad.
how many of those people are gonna go out there and shoot Bambi? They're gonna complain about them eating their flowers and everything else, but how many of those people are gonna be able to qualify to go hunt on their property, to sit up on their balcony, up on their deck, shooting deer when they walk by?
That's where you permit with one of those people that do.
And for what it's worth, I am not speaking from personal experience. Wildlife enforcement officer told me, he said, part of the advantage for why the urban archery season works is that the hunters who do want, because there's not a residency requirement to participate, you just got to go through the procedure. Part of the reason it works out that there is some benefit to it, is that there are some true outdoorsmen who really love to be in the outdoors. Hunting in the city is not their idea of being an outdoorsman or outdoors person. And they really don't want to spend their time unless they see that they didn't have a lot of success in the fall. And then, so if they got the meat they wanted and things went well in the fall, they may very well not come back out. But it gives you that option to come back out at that extra season in January and February and come in and have a little bit more hunting, a little bit more of an opportunity to come and try to bag some meat.
In my experience, most of the people that are bow hunters are very good hunters, and they take safety very seriously. It's not like a bunch of guys, like I said, we're Randolph, kind of riding around down at UR and said, hey, there's some deer, let's get out and shoot them. It's not like that. They're very conscientious, and I think they're good hunters. I think safety is a priority for those who.
I'd like to keep our options open, so Mayor, I move we move along with the exploration of the modification of our ordinance relative to urban archery season.
And can I ask you, would you mind including their guidance on whether you want me to go ahead and the drafting I make for March, whether it removes the crossbow option?
I would propose to remove the crossbow option. That's
I agree.
my personal opinion.
I have a motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
As I live on 3 acres, I'll make the second.
Can I send you some cats?
Sure.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, Mr. Ogburn,
All
you're up.
right, Mayor, thank you. This is the last item of the night, so I'll be brief. We would like the council to put on their calendar, please, Friday, February 23rd at 12 noon, the Recreation Center, but we'd have a light lunch, cold cuts, chicken nuggets, that kind of thing. We'd like to bring in Mr. Matthew Dolge, who's the Executive Director of our Piedmont Tribe Regional Council, and we'll come in and review our prioritization projects for our remaining capital projects. And then there may be new ideas, scopes of projects the council wants to talk about. The capital projects include the finishing up of the Sportsplex and finishing up of McCreary Park, Fire Station number 3, Crestview Church Road Extension, the Gerald Garden, our expanded public transportation options, downtown solid waste improvements, trade North Street infrastructure, and the preservation of the North Mill Street. And then we'll also review in detail the final little bit of the Sportsplex. We'll announce what our intention, what the grand opening date is, and then we'll move forward with that. Then Friday, May the 22nd, like the council will put on their calendars. Now, Mayor, both of these will be meetings, so
Just March or May?
Friday, March 22nd. At the rec center, again, like lunch, that'll be both in the downstairs, in the downstairs activity room. We'll have Miss Rebecca Jackson here, who's the adjunct faculty member at UNC School of Government. And she will lead a conversation with the council on potential strategic planning initiatives and how we can further move them or investigate them. We heard from the Chamber of Commerce, and Trevor went about the lessons learned from the upstate South Carolina trip and the BMW. You guys remember that a year or so ago? What happened in the 1990s and where they are today. And just around here, just this week, the Table Restaurant here in Asheboro was number 54 of Yelp's top 100 places to eat in 2024 in the USA. Cone Health, we just had this morning their topping off ceremony. They plan to be open in November of this year. This is what the mayor asked about earlier. The travel.com's top 10 most affordable cities in North Carolina, ranked by cost of living, Asheboro is number 4. 2 large subdivisions, the Hillcrest Farms on the south end of town and Richland Creek, which you just approved last month. They were they're right in front of us, and we just heard Eddie talk about 1,500 dwelling units. And then just yesterday, it was announced that Toyota will invest $1.3 billion in its flagship Kentucky facility for future electrification of all new three-row battery electric SUVs. The batteries will be made here in Toyota Battery, North Carolina, right here in Randolph County. So if you haven't been in the labor market or talked to Amy or Chamber, I know Kelly knows who's pinch hitting at the Chamber, Toyota is hiring like crazy. They have hired people away from our local industries. They have reached out to some of our employees. It is really coming. I saw last week that Boom in Greensboro is moving rapidly forward. They're gonna get the Defense Department to okay their supersonic jet engines. And you will be able to get, if they complete the project and it all works out, it will take longer to get from Charlotte to Los Angeles than it will take to get from Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia. So there's a lot of change coming in our own business, electrification of vehicles, whether we go with CNG or biodiesel or whatever, the transportation issues we gotta talk about. So these will be two meetings that aren't gonna be driven by an agenda and sitting around us up here like this. These will be interactive meetings with the council to talk with each other, learning, talk to each other, see what their vision, and we'll be setting the future. Also remember, we began our strategic plan. We heard about the counties and the community colleges today. Ours, 20 years is up in 2008. So it's hard to believe we started it 20 years ago to have it today. So there's a lot going on and a lot of changes are happening. The mayor and I are aware of another big potential project here in Randolph County. So there's just a lot going on. And we need to be aware of all that and start preparing for it. That's all. You have anything else you want to say about that, Deb? That Wednesday, March the 20th, Debbie and I will be at the PTRC headquarters in Kernersville with all the other managers and finance directors talking about what the budget impact is, what wages look like, what we're seeing, and that kind of thing. So we'll come back with that information too. We had the audit tonight. The next week or so, we'll be sending out the budget worksheets to the department heads, and we'll start the process all over again for one more 12-month period. So the grind of government continues to, we had to talk about big things tonight. We talk about the real width and breadth of what we do, right? Animal control to subdivisions, to baseball parks. So it's been a good night tonight, and thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
That's what's coming up, Mayor.
Happy birthday to Joey Trogdon the day after tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Got a birthday on a Saturday. Yeah, that's good.
All birthdays ought to be on Saturday.
Well, mine's on Saturday, every Saturday.
All right, hate to prolong this, but Kelly, go ahead. Anything?
I was really glad to get Trevor's email about the CDBG funds being approved for the Castle Hens project. So that's fabulous news. And just thank the city staff for all they do every day.
Charles, I think listening to David Hudson's talk about all the work that his crew do, we just don't, like you said, we don't appreciate it. On these cold mornings, we ride by and you see all those guys out down in the bottom of a hole working somewhere, and we're in a nice warm car. They're not.
Most of us never think about it. until our water's off. Clark?
That's it. Congratulations, Chief. Well deserved. We'll miss you. You can come back and join us anytime.
I'll see you around town. Hopefully not in court.
Or as a client.
Chief, you've done a good job. We will miss you.
Mayor, our upcoming events, our Employee Years of Service Breakfast is February 21st, at 8 a.m. at CJ's. I think we got about 40 people with 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, or 30 years. Our Council Improvements Workshop, we just mentioned, February 23rd. We will honor retiring Police Chief Mark Lineberry, February 29th. He had to work one other day because this was a leap year. We couldn't let him go on February 28th. 3 to 5 p.m. at the Public Works Conference Room. Please put that on your calendar. Then the next day, we will be honored. It is my distinct honor to promote our Assistant Police Chief, Lieutenant Colonel Robbie Brown, to Police Chief, effective March 1st. That will be at 3:30 at our Public Works Conference Room, too. The other promotions, you've seen where Chief Lineberry has gone ahead and promoted some folks in his rank up to captain and major. We will be recognizing them later after Chief Brown is sworn in. We work a lot behind the scenes with the Salvation Army. They're having appreciation dinner the 29th. As well, 6 p.m. at AVS, and if you want to go, see Joanne or Trevor. Trevor's on the board, and Eddie Burks is on the board, and that is correct. And at Sunset Theater, you'll see we have Play On. Our Galentine's movie is Clueless. Valentine's Day dinner and movie is, what is that? Couples Retreat, I think. Black History movie for February is just Mercy, and Errol Garner, who was born here in Randolph County. I think Pittsburgh claims him to be born here, but I believe he was actually born here in Randolph County. His music will be honored by the Anthony Wanzi Jazz Trio, and his most famous hit, if you've seen the movie Play Misty for Me with Clint Eastwood, that's his most famous hit. Very recognized artist. Please come out and enjoy those activities.
Thank the chief, thank all of our other service people that have showed up, made their presentations tonight. Very impressive information. As we go forward with some of these workshops that we're looking at, I continue to champion the cause of some sort of impact fees on this incoming development. As referencing back to the upstate South Carolina, the Greenville visit, one of the main things I believe that was take away from that is stick to your guns, ask for what you want. They're coming, don't give it away. And you know, there's limits to everything, but we're giving it away and it's way too cheap.
So, when Rebecca comes that day, bring that comment with you.
Mr. Burks.
Every day that I get to interact with staff and everybody, I always think our slogan is right. This is exactly where you want to be. Asheboro is just the best place. And it's noted every time somebody comes up to the microphone and speaks about, one of the department heads talks about what's been going on in their area. And so thank you to everybody that helps. And thank you, visitor, who helped point out how great this city is. Look, and I don't know where you live, but if you want to be annexed, there's an application you can fill out.
Andrew Hunter Road. Huh? Andrew Hunter Road.
Oh, that's way on out. Andrew Hunter's way out there, but anyway.
We know she got some sense. She left California.
Yeah, so anyway, but thank you to everybody that helps make this place work.
I don't have anything.
I echo the sentiments of the rest of the council. Let's go home.
Bing, 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 bing.
Okay.
We live in California.